Hello and welcome to the Panzer Athletic Center for this primetime men's basketball matchup between the Stockton Ospreys and the Montclair State Redhawks. I am Tim Glassdow alongside Thomas Gaffney Jr. Thomas, this game has a lot of playoff implications as we end near the end of the season.
Yeah, I know. Both teams coming in 1 and 2 in the conference. They're coming out here. They know they have every win and every loss going to matter down the stretch here. Only 4 games left, including this one. So it's going to be kind of tough to see and hard to see what team's going to come out of this on top so that they can have a better game, better stretch down the rest of the NJAC.
Yeah, Thomas, the Redhawks are currently second in the NJAC and had some massive wins against tough opponents. On January 11th, Montclair State took down Stockton after a 27 sharpshooting performance from Mike Jackson. It was a much-needed win for the Redhawks as the Ospreys have played well against them in recent years. The Redhawks' most exciting win of the season came when they take down South Jersey powerhouse Rowan, 79-78, after a last-second buzzer beater was overturned after a replay.
But if you look at the standings here, the Stockton, like I said, coming in at first and Montclair State coming in at second. It's crazy. Right now, the whole NJAC's in a tight race. Ospreys are having 1 game ahead of the Redhawks, and it could all change. Below them, too, there's a 4-way race for the 3 seed. So if you look at it, TCNJ, Rampo, Rowan, and Kane all have to fight it out to try to push up to that 1 seed, try to get the bye, because it's going to matter, especially with this game. It's 1 and 2. If obviously one of these teams are going to lose, so maybe one of those teams from 3 through 6 could maybe make the push up to the 1 and 2 seed to try to get the bye. But don't forget NJCU, who are right outside of that top 6. They're only sitting at 7 and 7, and they could potentially make that push. So it is a very tight NJAC race, and I cannot wait to see how this finishes.
Yeah, like you said, it's a very important matchup. Both teams are at the top of the conference right now, but this is important because right now Stockton has that 1-game lead over Montclair State in the conference, but Montclair State did take them down early in the season. That was a huge win, considering Stockton has really dominated Montclair State in recent years.
Yeah, and I mean, Stockton came in that game, they were nationally ranked, and now they're not. So they had a ranked vote this past week, but they're still one of those teams that are at the top of their game, top of their play, and I cannot wait to see what happens.
Yeah, and going into some of their big wins, the Redhawks took down Stockton, like we were just mentioning, after a 27-point sharpshooting performance from Mike Jackson. He was huge in that game. And like we mentioned, that was just a big win for Montclair State because Stockton has really dominated this conference the past couple of years, beat Montclair State in the playoffs last year as well. But they're just playing well as a team right now. Montclair State also played really good defense in that game as well. But Stockton's coming in here hungry. They are dealing with some injuries. They lost some players from last year, but it was still a great win. And then we moved to the Rowan game, which was crazy. Thomas, you were there. There was a last-second three-pointer made by the props, it looked like, but the call was reversed after the replay. Barely didn't get it in. That was one of the greatest games I think I've ever seen at Panzer, Thomas.
It was crazy. It was absolutely insane. The crowd was going electric. As you see here, the referee just waves it off, and the crowd goes crazy. Panzer was absolutely nuts. There's the Redhawks celebrating. It was absolutely an amazing atmosphere, and that is what Panzer brings, that atmosphere.
Thomas, that was a great call by you. It was really loud there. Now we move to the blowout win over William Patterson. Montclair State was clicking on all cylinders. Jacob Morales had 9 threes in that win over them, and it was just a historic game for Montclair State. They're really playing really well now at the end of the season, and I mean, it really couldn't have been a better win for them. They scored 123 points in that victory.
Yeah, we were on that game. It's absolutely insane that Montclair State are clicking on all its cylinders. But if you kind of go into the numbers, we look at numbers on a broader spectrum, but let's dive deeper into what some of these numbers actually really mean. 14 times the Redhawks have led going into the second half and have won the game. The fast starts always matter, and especially with these Redhawks, if they start clicking on all cylinders, especially with the three-pointers, they'll be able to finish this game. But if you also look at the next number, 18 times 20 points were scored from just 3 players. It was Mike Jack, Jacob Morales, and Ahmad Robertson. It's just complete dominance between those 3, especially Mike Jack and Jacob Morales. Morales, like you said, 9 threes in that William Patterson game, and you know what Mike Jack can do. He's absolutely on fire. He's absolutely insane. But also the Redhawks have won 8 games by 10 or more points as well. And Again, I'm just talking about how the game, they're more dominant, the fast parts, fast cylinders, but also 350 3-pointers made through 21 games. Last season, they only had 210, but they only need 25 more 3-pointers to get into second place all time in 3 points made in a season. But they're not going to beat the top dog, which is 336 3-pointers that was made by the team in 2022 and 2023. But we are going to throw it to Wyatt Layardelli. He's going to check in with the men's team ahead of today's game.
Last Wednesday's matchup with Ramapo. That game saw the Redhawks streak snapped and moved Montclair from first to second place in the NJAC standings. With only 4 games left in the season, this weekend's matchup against first place Stockton is pivotal. Redhawks Sports Network visited the team's practice to hear about how they're approaching this playoff-like game.
Just really focusing on ourselves, because when we listen to the coaches and execute what they tell us, we usually end up on the right side of the page. The truth is, every NJAC game, it feels like a playoff game. I mean, Stockton, they're historically a great program. They show up all the time. They've been one of the top teams in the past in the leagues. But so, yeah, it might feel like a playoff game, but the truth is, the rest of these games, the whole way and through the season, they've all felt like playoff games, and they really are, especially when you have 7 teams fighting for 6 spots. I'm not sure we have even clinched the playoffs yet, so we got to focus on ourselves and just what goes into winning and hopefully execute that.
More mental than anything, because I feel like with us, when we mentally lock in, we're a very hard team to beat. But when we have them little slips and dips here and there, it's like we slip up, we let teams creep back into games. But with us, I feel like if we be mentally strong and mentally prepared, we know what they're going to do. Coaches do very well. They're in their hours a day preparing film for us and really just telling us what they're going to do. If we mentally prepare, I feel like we could do anything we want. The connectivity is very important. Connectivity goes into everything we do, with the pressing, the running fast, the shooting. You could tell we're disconnected. We're disconnected, the offense is kind of out of whack. We're late, we're a little behind to get connected to our man, to get into our press. But when we're connected, it's like everybody's just out there flying around, getting to the next rotation, hitting shots, sharing the ball, not being selfish, not trying to make plays just to keep us in the game. We're all just flowing through the offense and flowing through our actions. That's the difference between our disconnectivity and our connectivity as a team.
Montclair State always works hard in practice, Thomas, and that's really why they come prepared for these big games against schools like Rowan and Stockton. But going over today, we talked about how important this game is. If the season ended today and Montclair State took the victory, they would be sitting at the top of the NJAC standings. They would have took down Stockton twice this season, and they would have an 11-4 record. If Stockton won this game, they would have an 11-3 record in the NJAC, and they would be at the top of the standings. This is very important for both teams. Montclair State, though, has a very tough road down the stretch. They're playing NJCU, Kane, as well as TCNJ. So it's not going to be easy, but if it ended today, both teams could have a chance to be at the top of the standings.
And that's a very hard stretch for Montclair State, because they lost the NJCU in that first game, but they also beat Kane and TCNJ, and all of them are in the mix for the NJAC tournament. So it's going to be very hard, because some teams are trying to get in, some teams are trying to make it, especially NJCU. And if they try to make that push, they're going to. But before we do get into this game, I got a couple of players to watch, but it may not come as a huge surprise. It's only Mike Jackson and Jacob Morales, the 2 playmakers, the 2 guys who come out here driving force, the 3-point scorers. Last game they shot a combined 7 from 23 from 3, which was not that good, which was the deciding factor in that game versus Ramapo, and it's the reason why, not the reason why they lost, but it's one of the factors of why they potentially would have lost. If you look back at Jacob Morales' numbers, he has 76 3-pointers on this season. He's only 6 more away from breaking Steve Breeman's all-time 3-point record in a season. That is how good he has been shooting. He has the best 3-point percentage in the NJAC and has been a difference maker. Mike Jackson, also the veteran wing, has been having an up and down couple of weeks, but he's averaging 16.9 points on the season, but has had 3 single-digit performance in the last 7 games. If both players are lights out beyond the arc, this duo is the best in the NJAC and is completely unstoppable. If you look over at the end on the Stockton side, Stockton has 4 double-digit scorers, and the main scorer does come from E.J. Matthews-Spratley, who just netted his 1,000th point with the Ospreys. He leads the NJAC in scoring as well, and the last time he played the Redhawks, he had 25 points and 7 boards. He shot 6 from 9 from deep, but he's the reason why the Stockton team is first in the NJAC and was once nationally ranked. And also, they're missing some key names. And they're missing a key name in Martin Angelov, who has not played since the January 4th. He's an 18-point per game scorer, and Stockton's still #1 on the NJAC.
Yeah, Thomas, incredible stuff. A lot of talent on both teams. And like you said, Mike Jackson kind of been on and off again the past couple weeks. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays today. Redhawks win the tip. Goss has it at point for Montclair State. He gives it to Morales. Flanagan on the left side. Back to Morales. Flanagan off the screen. Ball fake. Moving towards the basket. Kicks it out to Primus. Jackson for three. And that one is good. A hot start for Mike Jackson.
And like I said pregame, if Montclair State can start hot, they're going to be able to do it. And look, all of the press defense is coming into play.
Great start to this game for Montclair State. That full court press working already. They get the jump ball there.
And I think they win back possession, or they would not win back possession, but again, another try to get the ball back. But again, that hot start, Mike Jackson starts hot from three. Again, if him and Morales are lights out, there's no way the Stockton can stop this team.
But you see Montclair State right away putting the pressure on. The energy is good from them to start this game. Stockton able to inbound it. Here comes Campbell. He'll kick it to the corner, McKee, and he steps out of bounds.
And here's the hot start, and Panzer is going already crazy. This place gets loud, especially with these games.
Yeah, Stockton has really done well against Montclair State historically and especially in the past couple seasons, Thomas. So Montclair State kind of has a sour taste in their mouth from that and wants to get another victory here.
Yeah, Stockton 1-9 in the last 10 matchups.
Miscommunication there between Morales, Flanagan. Turnover.
My apologies. Montclair State is 1-9 in the last 10 matchups, and Stockton just lost the last time against Montclair State, like we said pregame. Nationally ranked, and Montclair State goes into Stockton and gets the win.
Stockton moving it up the court here, trying to get their offense going. That full court press really causing havoc for them right now. Here's Matthew Spratley. He's been the star of this team. Only a junior this year, but he's been great. And another deflection by Flanagan already, playing great perimeter defense as he always does.
And that's the defensive factor here by Kieran Flanagan. He's that defensive playmaker on that court.
Matthew Spratley looking for a screen. Hands it off to McKee on the right side. Moving around the perimeter are the Ospreys. Matthew Spratley still looking for a screen. Goss playing that great perimeter defense he always does. And that will be a shot clock violation.
And the defense comes up strong once again. They are shutting down Matthew Spratley. And he has been on fire the last couple of games as well.
It's no secret who that star scorer on this team is. Matthew Spratley's been fantastic. But as you mentioned, Thomas, on multiple broadcasts this year, Goss is one of the best perimeter defensive players on this team.
Yeah, in the backcourt that makes it up. It's just Goss and Flanagan, just absolutely amazing.
See that perimeter defense, and Morales had 9 threes last game. Ospreys don't want that to happen in this one. Goss for three, though. No good. Rebounded by Stockton, but it gets back to Montclair somehow, and it rolls in from Primus.
And press defense, and it just keeps coming. The steals, everything. Montclair State are on a roll right now.
5-0 lead from Montclair State, and that will be a travel. Great. This press has just been fantastic to start the game.
And as you see the bench going absolutely crazy, this is the start you wanted if you're Montclair State.
The energy just is fantastic. This team has kind of been known the past couple seasons as a second-half team, Thomas, but, I mean, right now they look like they're clicking on all cylinders.
And Scott Bittner already makes a stub. Looked like Payut came out.
Morales has it here, trying to get it to the corner. Flanagan has it on the left side. Morales moving towards the basket. Jackson now still on the left side. Flanagan has it, three-point jumper is no good. Rebounded by Campbell, and Stockton's going to try to push it the other way. Here's Matthew Spratley moving towards the basket. Wide open layup. Kind of a break in the defense there from the Redhawks.
That's what Spratley does. He goes fast and just sees the open lane and just goes up and takes the easy basket.
Yeah, Matthew Spratley currently averaging 21.9 points per game on the season. Jackson trying to get around. Gets it out to Morales. Morales ball fake, shoots the three, and no good. In and out. Primus is there for the rebound, and he puts it in.
And that's Miles Primus, the freshman out of Cherry Hill. And the press defense already playing strong again.
Matthew Spratley somehow gets it to Campbell. Broke the double. Campbell moves it up the court quickly. Here's Armstrong Thomas. That one is good. Goss now trying to move it quickly back the other way. Almost a walk from Goss, barely kept his feet. Kicked out to Primus, ball fake, move towards the basket. Goss now kicks it to Jackson. Flanagan has it on the left side. Flanagan looking for some space. Dribble penetration towards the basket, it'll be kicked out of bounds by the Ospreys.
And here's the Potts 3 substitutions early on, like he likes to do. Sevis, Rogers, Robertson, Grant Holbrook also comes in. Another guy who's kind of made his name, especially with the injuries that Montclair State has had.
But you see Potts keeping Jackson in this game, Thomas, knowing how important it is to have your leader in during a game like this. But that second crew for Montclair State has been fantastic this season.
And especially how deep this roster is, you're able to keep a Mike Jackson or Jacob Morales on the court at all times.
Jackson moved towards the basket. Ooh, what a move by Jackson. Kicks it to Robertson. Robertson trying to find an opening in the defense. Gets it back from Holbrook. We'll kick it to Sevis. Ball fake. Move towards the basket. Great defense by the Ospreys. Jackson trying to find space. Will put up the deep 3. It's no good. But somehow Holbrook gets a hand on it and rebounds it for the Red Hawks. Robertson for 3. No good. Rebounded by Campbell. He's going to run it the other way, push it up the court. And that is a walk underneath the basket by Randall. You see Campbell trying to push it quickly there, Thomas. Got it to Randall into the basket, but just too quick of a feet.
Yeah, it's another walk, another travel for Montclair State, or for the Stockton Ospreys. They're trying to go too fast, and they're not being able to get their footing.
Sevis getting the screen from Holbrook. Good pass underneath the basket to Rogers. Jackson has it at the top of the key. Holbrook still passing it around the perimeter. Sevis has it moving towards the basket, and that will be a travel called on Sevis.
Back-to-back travels for both teams, but Montclair State, I think defense has been the key on both sides. 1 for 6 for 3 right now, Montclair State is shooting.
And, I mean, compared to last game we saw here, Thomas, against William Patterson, it seemed like they couldn't miss for 3. But we do see Castles check into the game, who had maybe a career game last time against William Patterson. Matthew Spratley has it here. Robertson guarding him closely. Spratley trying to get a screen from Randall. Spratley for 3, no good. Rebounded, though, by Stockton, a very important offensive rebound. Thrown inside to Randall. He'll put it up. He'll get fouled underneath. He was getting guarded closely by 3 Red Hawk defenders.
And that's what Stockton has, apart from Montclair State, is the size. It's just very, very hard to kind of combat that. And we know Montclair State doesn't have that much size in the paint. Yes. So right now they're already fielding out 2 big men in a guy like Josh Randall and Jameer Payut. So it's going to be very hard to kind of combat that, especially inside the paint.
It's not only the size, Thomas. I feel like they're just always well-conditioned. Like, you see guys come into their program, they're just big. Like, even Matthew Spratley is a big guard, you know? 7-5, Red Hawks lead with about 15 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this first half. Randall was good on the first free throw. 6'7" junior from Williamstown, New Jersey.
Oh, South Jersey guy.
We love to see it here in the booth. Substitutions being made here. We see a couple guys checking into the game. Devin Johnson checks into the game for the Ospreys at the guard position. Sevis almost loses it. He will lose it. And a timeout is called by Stockton. What a bad turnover by the Red Hawks.
And that's a smart timeout, because if you lose that ball, then Montclair State gets back possession. So you keep that possession. That was just a smart play by Scott Bittner.
Yeah, what a play there. I mean, Montclair State really started off this game hot, Thomas, but now it just feels like the last couple minutes they're starting to get a little sloppy.
Yeah, I think both defenses have been particularly very, very well. Just unfortunately, you have to be able to kind of use those possessions. If you get the extra chances, especially off the offensive rebound, which Grant Holbrook did the last possession, you got to be able to use that wisely, and unfortunately, just not be able to capitalize on it.
What does Stockton need to do to come back in this one? Obviously, they lost to them earlier in the year. What do they need to do right the next couple minutes to kind of put them in a position to win this game?
Slow it down, because right now they're going way too fast. They're getting a couple of travels, and they're kind of moving with the ball. So they just got to slow it down a little bit and try to find the open shot.
Trust the half-court offense. You got the size advantage?
Yep.
Matthew Spratley has it. Kicks it to the corner. Three-point attempt is way off. Rebounded by Holbrook. Castles has it here. Gives it to Sevis. Sevis trying to maneuver around Spratley. Here's Robertson. Now he kicks it to the corner. Rogers trying to move towards the basket. Gets it to Castles. Sevis has it now. We'll kick it out to Robertson. Three-point attempt is faked. Holbrook is wide open for 3. That one is good.
Holbrook is big, but once he gets out, and he could just knock down any three. He's absolutely amazing from beyond the arc.
And a block underneath the basket by Robertson. Robertson moving towards the basket. Layup opportunity is good on the other end.
Coast to coast, Ahmad Robertson, what a player. He is absolutely amazing. The athleticism
Great
is there.
defense by Holbrook, and Montclair State gets possession.
Between Holbrook and Robertson, what a couple of possessions. You have the block on the other end, and Robertson takes it full court. Wow, what a couple of plays there by the Redhawks.
My goodness. I mean, the energy from Holbrook and Robertson, fantastic. I mean, Robertson got that block, got in transition in a hurry, and got the layup. The one thing you got to say about Holbrook, we know he's well-conditioned. We know he can shoot the three ball, but this man plays at 150% every game, Thomas.
He does, and now he's capitalizing off the chances he's getting, especially with the injuries, like I said.
Morales for three. That one is no good. Flanagan tries to tip it in, and it's rebounded by Stockton. It just seems like every shot Morales takes is going to be butter. Stockton really needs to get their offense going here. We're accustomed to them really being a strong offensive team. And a foul on the floor, it looks like. It's going to be on Goss. And, I mean, it is no easy task to guard Spratley.
You know, I was talking about the size advantage that Stockton has. Montclair State already has 2 offensive rebounds in this game compared to Stockton's 2 as well. So they're doing quite well, especially with the offensive boards.
Yeah, and Stockton's playing with a lot of energy as well. Excuse me, Montclair State, I mean, is playing with a lot of energy. It's helping them. Rebounded by Goss. He's going to push it the other way. And a turnover almost. Yep, Stockton keeps it alive, and they're able to get the takeaway. Jamar Johnson has it now. He's at the point looking for a screen. Morales guarding Johnson. On the left side, trying to get it inside. Armstrong Thomas trying to get it to the corner now. And it looks like it did go out of bounds. Montclair State with another takeaway. They played really good defense to start this game.
The defense has just been there, and it's absolutely amazing. 6 turnovers already in this game. 7 turnovers now in this game for the Montclair State Redhawks defense. Just absolutely lights out so far.
Like you said, I mean, just the size advantage is so glaring in this game, but it doesn't seem like it the way Montclair State's playing right now.
And yeah, Montclair State is having a hard time trying to drive the paint and trying to get kickouts to the three-point shooters. But
that's a good point.
But if they could try to find something, especially mid-range or right now.
Morales for 3. Morales has been on fire the past couple of weeks. My goodness.
He was never going to stay cold in this game. He finally got his.
Matthew Spratley dancing around. Tough mid-range jumper is no good. Great defense by Primus, and Montclair State will get possession.
And this is how you set the tone against the #1 team in the NJAC with the ranked vote. You come into this game and have a 9-point lead, and Panzer is absolutely electric right now.
Thomas, it just seems like Matthew Spratley is completely out of sorts right now. He's trying to force it. They're playing really good defense on him right now.
Yeah, Matthew Spratley is one of those guys. Here's the replay. And there's the block by Robertson. Absolutely, and he's going to go coast to coast here with the easy layup. Not easy, but he absorbed the contact and got up there.
He made it look easy with the athleticism.
The athleticism Robertson has. I've seen him, I think every game I've seen him get a block, and it's an insane block where he gets off the ground like maybe a foot. It's insane. He's absolutely amazing. But I was saying about EJ Matthew Spratley, he only has 2 games in single digits this whole season.
Yes. That
That is how good he's been. He had 41 points against Gettysburg. He is a difference maker. He is a game changer. But Montclair State has come out early and made sure to stop him, especially within the first 8 minutes.
I mean, obviously, you know, Coach Potts and this team knows what Spratley is capable of going into this game. But, I mean, a lot of people going into this game, Thomas, were saying it's going to be a close one. These are the top 2 teams in the NJAC. Stockton has had Montclair State's number the past couple seasons. But what has allowed Montclair State to get this early lead? I mean, a 9-point lead with still 13 minutes remaining in this first half is a pretty incredible task against the #1 team in the NJAC.
It's just the defense. So the press defense, I think, is I think it's been working so far because it allows Stockton to have to go fast. They see that there's 2 guys down court. They got to go fast to try to get it to them. And then, unfortunately, they lose their footing. They get a travel. They get a foul call, and it stops momentum for them. And they've just been going too fast. They've been turning the ball over. They got to just slow it down and try to break the press and then slow it down again. You still have 30 seconds on that shot clock. You got to use all of it.
You make a good point, and that's why I keep mentioning the half-court offense. You got the size advantage. Just be patient. On the corner, Primus. He's been fantastic in this game. Gosh trying to get the opening, will take the three-pointer and almost hit. Rebounded by the Ospreys.
I feel like most of the Montclair State threes is just it's slightly off.
Slightly in and out, right?
Yep.
Campbell has it. Three-point attempt is no good. That's a tough shot. Fight for the ball. The Ospreys will get it back, and a foul is called on Morales. Just seems like kind of a rush shot there by Devin Johnson.
Yeah, he took the rush shot, but he got the offensive board and got it back out. So you got another chance. He capitalized off his rebound and got another chance for the Ospreys.
Eric Campbell has it here. He's about to inbound for the Ospreys. This is a Stockton team that has seen a lot of success in the NJAC the past couple seasons. They even had that big win at Panzer last year after that big performance from Campbell. I mean, my goodness, DJ Campbell. Jamar Johnson has it. Trying to get the screen, will kick it out. Three-point attempt is no good. Rebounded by Mike Jackson. And Jackson, you know, we talk about his offensive game, but he's also a very good rebounder. Jackson gives it to Flanagan, will get the handoff. And a foul is called. It looks like it's going to be on Matthew Spratley.
That was a good call. Kind of nicked him on the screen a little bit. But like you're saying, DJ Campbell, a guy who was Stockton's best player last year, and now he graduated, and Stockton's still #1 in the NJAC. That's how good this team is. That's how good
with injuries
coach,
too.
Especially with injuries. That's how good Scott Bittner is as a coach. He builds talent, and he has a whole bunch of talent, and they're young too. Very young, Stockton is.
Goss mid-range jumper, no good. Great rebound by Flanagan. Morales for three. That one is good. My goodness, Morales.
And that was a deep three by Morales. Just now he's starting to get hot, and once he does get hot, there's no stopping him.
Almost a takeaway from Goss there. His defense has been incredible. Campbell gives it up. Mike Jackson with the steal. Montclair State trying to keep the pressure on him. Morales dancing out there, trying to get towards the basket, and that's too much contact. They're going to call the foul.
Going back to that Mike Jackson steal, his underrated game is that defense. You see him as a scorer. You see him as a three-point shooter. His defense ability is absolutely amazing. 37 steals. Or 43 steals on the season. He leads the team in steals.
Flanagan, dribble, move towards the basket. Layup is good. What a move by Flanagan.
The ball movement's working. The shooting's working. The defense is working. Montclair State is connecting on all cylinders right now.
Stockton desperately needs a bucket on offense. They still only have 6 points. Campbell moving towards the basket. Kicked out to Spratley for three. No good. And it will be knocked out of bounds by the Ospreys. Montclair State ball.
And Spratley is just getting shut down right now. Only 2 points. He's shooting 1 for 5 from the field. And now he's looking at himself like he got to lock in. He got to take the better shots. But this Montclair State defense has just been absolutely lights out.
It's been hard to find offense in this game for the Ospreys, and it just seems like Matthew Spratley getting shut down has really affected their whole, starting five when it comes to their offense. Jackson for three, no good. Rebounded by Johnson. He'll give it to Matthew Spratley on the right side. Matthew Spratley trying to get going here. What a move towards the basket by Matthew Spratley. And my goodness, dancing in and out. Sevis has it at point for the Red Hawks. He'll come off the screen he has on the right side. Gives it to Castles. Pass inside. Morales is wide open underneath.
And that was just a great play by the Red Hawks. He found the cut underneath the basket. No one trailing him. He was wide open. That was just great play by the Red Hawks.
Great defense by Jackson we're seeing right now. Almost a takeaway by Castles. He'll tip it out of bounds.
And that ball almost tipped back off of Eric Campbell too, so that comes really close to a Montclair State ball.
Seems like Montclair State's done a great job of doubling and then getting those takeaways off the double. Campbell trying to inbound here. Stockton setting up the offense. Spratley comes off the screen. Moving towards the basket, and that's going to be a travel on Matthew Spratley.
And right now, I think the only way that this team, the Stockton team, has to try to beat Montclair State is to shoot the three ball better. Because right now they're 0 for 6. They're stopping every lane going to the basket. You can't find an open lane. You can't find anything. And right now, it's just lights out, a clear difference between both teams, and Stockton just needs to get something open from 3 and try to drain it and try to get back in this game.
Excellent points, Thomas. Game's far from over, but Stockton really has not found any sort of life offensively, and they're starting to get exposed a little defensively. Move towards the basket, Primus, and he gets fouled. Thomas, we've really seen the emergence of Primus throughout the season, getting that starting role after Abdullah got injured, but he's just really kind of given Montclair State more athleticism, rebounding ability, and scoring chances underneath the basket.
Like I said, he's in this game for size. That's why he's starting. He's a 6'4" guy out of, again, like I said, Jerry Hill, and he started the last 10 games. He leads the team in blocks as well with 15. That's how good he's been, and he's been a difference maker, especially stepping up for the injury of Samar Abdullah.
And Montclair State has dealt with injuries this year. We talk about Abdullah, talk about Kunga Sering, and we talk about Paulino, but other guys have really stepped up in those positions.
And that's how deep this team is. I talked about it. You have a guy like Primus, Castles, Sevis, guys coming off the bench, Grant Holbrook, Abdullah. Everyone can come off the bench and make a difference, and they've been absolutely amazing.
Stockton even having trouble inbounding right now. Double team coming. Montclair State trying to get that takeaway. Matthew Spratley gets it over. Devin Johnson has it. Devin Johnson for 3. That one is no good. Matthew Spratley now has it on the right side. Stockton desperately trying to find an opening. Only 7 seconds to work with on the shot clock. Campbell moved towards the basket. Scoop layup is good. What a pro move by Campbell.
And that was a great move by Campbell, but Stockton still, I think, is moving way too fast, especially on offensive possessions.
Holbrook ball fake, gives it to Flanagan. Doesn't like what he sees, gives it to Sevis. Holbrook now at the top of the key. Sevis for 3, no good. What a box out there from Andrew Crawford, able to get the rebound. Andrew Crawford moves towards the basket, and a foul is called. A lot of contact on Crawford there.
Good foul, but again, like I was saying, they get off of that. They get off the rebound or off the basket by Montclair State, and Stockton just wants to go, go, go. And it's not really, I think the fast possessions are not really working for them. They have so much time on the shot clock. Take your time, reset, draw up a play, and try to drive the basket and get a score.
To be fair, though, Montclair State has played really good half-court defense as well. It just seems like Stockton's not really getting the looks they want offensively, and it turns into Matthew Spratley trying to force a shot at the end. Campbell for 3, no good. Rebounded by Primus. That's a big-time rebound by him.
Stockton coming in this game 0 for 8 from 3. Haven't made one yet.
Great ball movement, great ball fake from Castles as well. Flanagan gets the screen from Holbrook. Wants another one, he gets another one. Kicks it out to Sevis. 3-point attempt is no good. Rebounded by Matthew Spratley. 23-10 lead for the Redhawks. Matthew Spratley trying to go to work. Great defense by Holbrook. He gets on the floor first, a takeaway. Primus gives it to Castles. Back to Primus for the easy layup.
And Grant Holbrook playing his game. He's a difference maker on this court. He gets the steal. He makes the second effort dive. And that's what Grant Holbrook does. Absolutely amazing by the Redhawks right there.
And you hope Matthew Spratley is okay. Took a little bit of a hit on that one, and Holbrook's not a small person, Thomas. So anytime you get hit by him, it's not a pleasant feeling. But Montclair State clicking on all cylinders right now, Thomas, and they have a big-time lead thanks to the defense they've played as well.
Yeah, up by 15. They're keeping everything away from Stockton right now. Like I said, 0 for 8 from 3, 4 for 14 from the field, shooting only 29%. They have been so good defensively. They also have been good, very good offensively as well. So Montclair State clicking on every cylinder, like you say. Here's the replay. It looks like Primus tried to go up for a dunk, but he didn't get it fully. I think he wanted to, but he didn't get it fully.
I mean, Primus can get off the floor in a hurry, though, Thomas. But I mean, Holbrook has been so good in this game. You know, we've always talked about him trying to get more playing time. We know about what he brings to this team, but you see the defensive intensity, you see the ability to shoot the 3 ball. He cares about winning, Thomas. He cares about doing what's best for this team, and that's why it's so good to see him have a good game.
Yeah, even though he doesn't get the most minutes on the team, he still goes out there, plays his heart out, and he's a key factor to this team, especially down the stretch of these MJAC games. He's going to be playing a lot more, and hopefully he can go out there and play his game like that. Defensively, offensively, he had a 3 at the beginning of this half. He's absolutely amazing.
Expect the physicality to go up a little bit in this game as well. Both teams playing hard right now. Stockton wasn't really happy after that last play with Holbrook.
No, now it looks like Matthew Spratley is okay. He's got to come back in this game.
That's good to see. You never want to see somebody get hurt, especially a talented guy like Matthew Spratley. But either way, Montclair State, I mean, you couldn't have drawn a better start to this game for them. Having a 15-point lead on the #1 team in the NJAC, a team that was nationally ranked at one point this season. Thomas on Stockton's side, obviously not a lot of offense going. Matthew Spratley not able to get going. We've seen Campbell do a couple different things. He's also a talented scorer. What do they need to do to get going offensively? Because you mentioned they've been rushing it a little bit.
I still think they're rushing it. I'm going to keep saying that until they stop and slow it down a little bit, because there's 30 seconds on the shot clock. There's no need to go fast like that. Like, just reset, take a little bit of time, draw up a play, set some screens, have somebody come over, do a little pick and roll, try to get something inside the paint. Just, you got to slow it down a little bit, because right now, if you're trying to go at 24 seconds on the shot clock, Montclair State's defense has just been so good at poking that ball away, getting the turnover, and kind of stopping and halting all the momentum that Stockton has had.
Excellent points as always, Thomas, but Stockton really trying to get going offensively. They had some time to talk things over and try to maybe change things up. Devin Johnson trying to inbound here. He gets it to Matthew Spratley. Goss guarding Spratley closely. Here's Crawford on the right side. He'll give it back to Spratley. See Stockton using a little bit of that shot clock now, though, Thomas. You see them trying to slow it down. Here's McKee getting guarded by Goss at the top. Move towards the basket. Layup is no good, and a foul called underneath.
That's a good foul by the ref, especially with a lot of contact. And there's the size advantage for Stockton right there, and they're trying to use it. And unfortunately, they didn't get the basket, but they did get two shots at the free throw line.
That was a foul from Mike Jackson. Christian Armstrong Thomas, the senior, at the line now. He also had a lot of playing time last year for the Stockton team. Brings a lot of physicality underneath the basket.
Yeah, he's second in steals and blocks on this team with 20 and 13. He's a defensive force, and that's the reason why he starts, especially, and again, reiterating the size also. But I have an interesting stat for both of these teams. Montclair State and Stockton come into this game as the #1 and #2 offense in the NJAC, both averaging 84.9 points per game. But also, they come in the 7th and 8th ranked defenses, but Stockton has let up 1,625 points, and Montclair State has let up 1,626 points.
Wow.
That's how close these two teams are.
I mean, yeah, literally, I mean, if you're looking at the statistics and even the way they played this season, it's been pretty similar. Morales, I mean, even with the hand in his face, it's not enough. Put it on an absolute display here at Panzer.
Yeah, maybe he'll beat 9. Last time we were here, when we saw that William Patterson game, 9-3 is absolutely insane. Maybe he could beat it again.
Yeah, but I mean, Thomas, you cannot play better defense on that last play. He still drills it, though. Great takeaway by the Redhawks. Flanagan now pushing it. Tries to give it to the hot hand. Morales for 3, no good. I think this place would have gone crazy if Morales hit that one.
A little bit of a heat check there.
And now he does it on the defensive end, gets the tip out of bounds. And Thomas, we've seen that from this Montclair State team the past couple weeks. A lot of guys who may be known for their offensive game, they're getting down and dirty on the defensive end and making plays.
And they're stepping up. You see the offensive stats, but then once you look at this game, watch it. This defense absolutely amazing, and guys like Mike Jackson and guys like Jacob Morales, they just step up defensively as well, and they're just so good on both sides of the court.
Number 25, Michael Evans checks into the game. He will be inbounding here for the Ospreys. Trying to get it inside to Matthew Spratley. Going to work on the smaller Goss. Yeah, that will be a foul on Goss. And I mean, you see the game plan. Goss has been guarding Matthew Spratley most of the game. You try to get him underneath the basket and use that size advantage.
And they're also watching the double team. If you're looking at that play, you had Quante Rogers kind of right there, seeing if Matthew Spratley was going to go out to shoot the 3, Rogers would have been right there, right in his face, and it wouldn't have been able to do anything.
Great defense there. Another travel and turnover from Stockton. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen their offense struggle like this.
And I think the offense has been good. They knew the offense is always going to go out there and play lights out. They worked extra hard in practice defensively.
Yes.
You could just tell. Because right now the game plan defensively has been working, and it's been so good.
And a takeaway from Stockton. They're going to try to push it in transition. Here's Matthew Spratley towards the basket. Euro step layup. That's a tough move between two defenders. What a pass by Seamus Flanagan on the cut and the layup.
And there's that backcourt working. Seavis comes off the bench, a guy, but he's also a playmaker, and he's just so good.
McKee for three, no good. Rebounded by Armstrong Thomas. Flanagan fighting for the ball underneath the basket. It goes out of bounds. Montclair State possession.
Defense, defense, defense. That is the key in this game so far. And the ref already saying, you gotta slow down. The bench is way too loud.
Yeah, they're getting into it.
They're getting a little rowdy, but this team is just, they're almost up 20 on it. The #1 team in the NJAC. They're playing an amazing defense. Offense is clicking as well. They deserve to be up on their feet and screaming for their team. That's how good they're just playing so well.
And I will say, anytime Flanagan gets even touched, they have his back.
Yep.
And it looks like a
timeout.
No, it wasn't technical or timeout. I think it was a timeout call. Oh, it was a technical. Yep, technical called
on Scott Bittner.
My goodness, I mean, Stockton could not be more out of sorts right now. 30-12 lead from Montclair State. Morales, no good on the first free throw attempt. Anytime Morales misses anything, it's a shocker. Good on the second free throw.
Surprising he missed the first one. He's coming in shooting over 90% from the free throw line too.
But I mean, Stockton just nothing going for them right now. Even Flanagan got that rebound when Armstrong Thomas had it. Armstrong Thomas listed at 6'5". Flanagan just, I mean, out-muscling him. Flanagan is a coach's dream, just plays super hard. Everybody on the team loves him. He's a good guy on and off the court, but, I mean, he's just playing fantastic in this game.
Yeah, he's a playmaker. He's a defender. He goes out there, plays his heart out. He's like another similar guy like Grant Holbrook who goes out there and just puts everything out there on the floor.
Morales kicks it inside to Primus, and that's a takeaway after the steal there from Stockton. Matthew Spratley takes a three-pointer, no good, and it's kicked out around and rebounded by the Redhawks. Primus in transition, Euro step, layup is no good, he missed the chippy. Stockton trying to respond, three-point attempt is good. Michael Evans, he can really shoot it.
That's the first three-pointer of the game for the Stockton Ospreys, coming after with only 5 minutes left in this first half.
31-15 lead for the Redhawks. Flanagan on the left side. Flanagan will take the three, no good. Rebounded by Seavis. Back to Flanagan, 2 for $1. That one is good! My goodness, Flanagan, put it on display.
You don't see Flanagan shoot the three that much, but when he does, he takes his chances. He got 2 there. Second one was good, just absolutely amazing by Flanagan.
Trying to respond, no good on that three-pointer by Evans. Robertson gives it to Morales. Quick trigger, no good. Morales has one of the quickest releases you're going to see at the college level. Matthew Spratley moved towards the basket. Way too much contact on the floor there. Foul's going to be called. I think that one was on Morales. Couple substitutions we're seeing here. Henry Myers getting his first playing time in this one, the sharpshooter. Holbrook checks into the game as well. He's been fantastic in this game.
I know we talk about E.J. Matthew Spratley as kind of the scorer, as he does lead the NJAC in scoring 21.9 points. He also leads the Stockton team in assists, 69 assists on the season. He's a playmaker. He's a guy that also goes out there and he does pass. He's a scorer first, but he also does make sure he passes the ball, passes the rock, and gets it to his teammates. But he's just an all-around great player.
Yeah, the offense definitely runs through him. He is the playmaker. He, creates the space needed for buckets to happen, but can't emphasize enough how important he is to this team, and that's why Montclair State came in with this game plan to shut him down. Great defense by Matthew Spratley on Seavis. Somehow Montclair State gets it up the court. Seavis has it at the top of the key. Jackson fakes the three. Seavis trying to find an opening. Now Holbrook has it at the top of the key. Jackson trying to dance around his defender. Seavis is going to take the three-point attempt, and that one is going to connect. Tipped out of bounds on the inbound. It looks like Primus or Myers got their hand on that one underneath. And Montclair State's getting these buckets, Thomas, and they're not letting Stockton just inbound it and run.
Okay, now the three-point shooting is starting to heat up, and once it does, it's hard to stop. Especially if you're Stockton. And now this offense is going way too fast.
Campbell, good pass inside, and a layup by Payute there.
Still think Stockton's team's going way too fast on offense.
Jackson fakes a three, gives it to Myers. Back to Myers, sharpshooter, three-pointer is good! Stockton trying to push it the other way, gets something going. It's 40-19 here at Panzer. Matthew Spratley has it, only 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this first half. Matthew Spratley trying to dance on Myers. Floater is good. That's a very tough move by Matthew Spratley. Seavis gets the screen from Holbrook. Holbrook fakes the three, working the two-man with Seavis. Holbrook gets it back. Now it's Myers on the left side. He's good again! Stockton's bench cannot believe it.
There's this timeout, Scott Bittner, but just how now with electric, again, Panzer, so electric, but just how deep this Montclair State squad is. Myers comes in, bangs two triples back to back. Absolutely amazing by this team. So deep, anybody can come on the court and make a difference. Absolutely amazing. This Red Hawks team, 22 points up on the #1 ranked team in the NCAA.
My goodness, this has been incredible. You see the replay here. Myers, just a quick release and good on his second three of the game. I mean, you talked about this. This Montclair State, I would say they're the deepest team in the NCAA. I mean, they're 10 to 12 guys deep at this point, that guys that can come in and play. And that's an immediate impact from Myers. It's not easy to not play a good chunk of the first half and then just drill 2 threes like that.
Yeah, they don't have one set scorer. Obviously, you have Morales and a Mike Jackson, but you do have other guys come down and come into this game, and they just play their hearts out, and they go out there and they score over 10 points, and that's really all you need. If you could go out there and hit a couple of triples, that's all this team needs, and that's what they've been doing all season. Just the second rotation, the second unit on this team, just I cannot keep saying it. It's just so good. Like you said, I personally agree with you. They are the deepest team in the NJAC, and no one's going to be able to stop them. No one's going to be able to compete with them.
I mean, you know, the game last time they had against William Patterson, it was a rough game for William Patterson, but William Patterson has deeply struggled this year. I mean, that was kind of the expected. But this was supposed to be a 5-point game. Like, this was supposed to be 2 top teams going at it, and Montclair State has really struggled against Stockton in recent memory, and they came in here with a mission, and they already beat Stockton earlier this year. It's not easy to beat a team like them twice. And I mean, there's still plenty of game left, though.
Still a whole second half. Anything could happen.
Layup opportunity and one from Jamar Johnson. And that's what Stockton's going to need a little bit of more of. Aggressive take towards the basket from Johnson.
And like I said, that's what they need, a little bit more. They get the and one. Try to make a 3-point play, but they just need to get back here. There's only 2 minutes left in this first half. If they can maybe get a couple of good possessions here to end the quarter or end the half, maybe only down by like 15, that's their best bet.
Johnson good on the second free throw. Excuse me, on the free throw to make it a old-fashioned 3-point play. Goss has it, gives it to Flanagan. Flanagan trying to find opening in the defense. We'll kick it to the corner. It's Jackson. Primus now has it on the left side. Jackson, quick move towards the basket. Kicks it out to Goss. Thrown inside to Flanagan. Primus for 3. We don't see him shoot it often. No good, and it will roll out of bounds.
Yeah, if you're wide open for 3, you got to take that. Don't see Primus take them that often, like you said. But you have to take it. But that's just good possession there by the Ospreys, and now hopefully they can stem, again, like I said, some good possessions to end this half.
Yeah, you're right, Thomas. That was a very important defensive stand from the Ospreys. We've got to slow down that offense from Montclair State that's been so hot to start this game. Here's Campbell. Move towards the basket. Oh, that's a great pass, but it goes out of bounds. He had the right idea.
Great pass, but if you're Jameer Payou, you have to get that ball. You have to collect that and put it up for 2.
And he took accountability on that one, said, "That's me," after that pass from Campbell.
But also, if you're Montclair State, you have a minute and a half to maybe try to put this game away. It's only a 19-point game. If you can get a triple here, at least you extend the lead into the half.
Here's Flanagan on the left side. He's had a great game. Flanagan move towards the basket. Layup opportunity is good. Johnson trying to move quick. Gives it to Matthew Spratley. Matthew Spratley spinning towards the basket. Floater is good. That's a tough move by Matthew Spratley. And we know he's still going to get his no matter what.
His moves to the basket are so nice. It's just so smooth. He makes it in transition as well. He's just absolutely amazing, especially with his drives to the basket. He's just so good on this team. And he's, like you said, he's going to get his points, and he's going to get there. But he may be a difference maker in the second half if Stockton tries to get back in this game.
I mean, that was not an easy move. The spin move to set your feet like that and get the floater. That's next level stuff from Matthew Spratley, one of the best you're going to see in the NJAC. Sevis has it. Getting guarded by Crawford, looking for the screen from Morales. Gives it to Morales, fakes the 3. Gives it to Primus on the left side, dribble handoff to Jackson. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Jackson to Sevis, 3-point attempt is no good, rebounded by McKee. Johnson has it, gives it to McKee, 3-point attempt is no good, rebounded, goes out of bounds. And you see a quick shot there from McKee.
And as I just heard from Scott Bittner on the sideline, head coach, he said slower, and it's still the Stockton offense trying to go fast. You got to slow it down, use that shot clock, especially to keep and limit the next possession for the Redhawks with the shot clock unplugged.
You've been saying it all game, Thomas. We got Coach Gaffney Jr. in the booth, and he's been saying, hey,
just got to slow it down.
I mean, that's too early in the shot clock to take a shot like that.
Especially with it was a 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock, so you got to use it all so that Montclair State doesn't have another try at this to extend the lead into the half.
Goss has it about 14 seconds to work with in this first half. Morales sets the screen. Goss tries to get it towards Jackson. It's stolen by Campbell. In transition, he throws it down. And that will be the end of the first half. Stockton has a little bit of life now, Thomas.
And that's what you needed. You get that steal. You kind of put some emphasis going into the locker room at halftime. Try to turn this game around, but again, this is insane to see the scoreboard right now. Montclair State are leading this #1 ranked team very, very dominantly, especially in that first half. It was just such a good first half for the Redhawks.
Thomas, why does Montclair State have this big lead right now?
And I think they have the big lead because of the 3-point scoring with Jacob Morales, and also the defense. Just been so lights out. It's been so good. You just cannot be able to stop that, especially on the defensive side of the ball. They've just been able to stop everything coming their way, and this is why they have that lead.
Excellent points as always, Thomas. We're going to send it over to the cheerleaders real quick, and we'll be back with you in for second half action. And welcome back for some second half action here. Montclair State is up 45-28 on Stockton right now, a 17-point lead over the #1 team in the NJAC. We saw really good defense and offense from the Red Hawks, but Stockton really started to find their way towards the end of that second half.
Yeah,
First half.
They did. They got a couple of good possessions, and the Montclair State Red Hawks, they're still shooting lights out, defense great. And I know we have a couple of highlights from the first half that we're about to show you. And here's the first one. It's going to be a deep three, Jacob Morales. What a player. He's been absolutely lights out so far. And here's the second one. Mike Jack trying to drive in, kicks it back out. Sevis, he's just been absolutely lights out from three as well in this game. But now, it was Henry Myers he shot back-to-back threes, made them right there from the left wing, and then also one in the corner. He was just also very, very good from three. The three-point shooting has just been falling to the Red Hawks, and it's been absolutely lights out so far.
Yeah, the three-point shooting has been fantastic. We think about Morales, but a bunch of guys are stepping up. Red Hawks really have been making strides versus Stockton. Their previous largest margin of victory was 29 points. In 1975, they were winning 57-28 in that game. I mean, 29 points. That's a long time back to go to a margin of victory like that.
Very low-scoring game, too.
Yeah.
57-28. But they also lost 11 in a row to the Ospreys for winning that game on January 11th back at Stockton. That was a very good win by the Red Hawks. And if they can get another win for the Red Hawks, it's going to be for another win against Stockton, that would be absolutely amazing. Beat them 2 times in one season after having 11 straight losses to them prior to this season. That would be absolutely electric for this Red Hawks team, and especially going to the stretch of the NJAC.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Thomas. And also, going into this game, we knew it was going to be close, or we thought it was going to be close, I should say, and Montclair State really just dominated. But what was the key to kind of Stockton changing the tide a little bit towards the end of that first half? Because we saw some takeaways, we saw some transition baskets. It just seems like the tide and the energy was starting to shift.
I think it was just the defense. They kind of stepped it up. Montclair State also got to be cautious with the ball, especially with the kind of ending of that half. So you got to watch out. Stockton's going to come out, try to play good defense, try to get a couple of transition baskets. But again, you got to slow it down, especially off a Montclair State basket. Got to slow it down. You got to take it slow, because if you don't, you're going to call the turnover, and Montclair State's going to get that ball back and just get an easy transition basket.
Jackson has it on the right side. Gives it to Morales. Flanagan has it now. Move towards the basket. Flanagan kicks out to Primus. Primus now trying to get it to Morales. It was tipped, so Montclair State has possession still. 10 seconds to work with on the shot clock. Morales, strong move towards the basket. Mid-range jumper is no good. Great defense by the Ospreys. A great start to this second half, Thomas.
As I said, they're going to come out, try to play good defense, but again, you got to slow it down the offensive end.
Matthew Spratley setting up the half-court offense. On the right side is McKee. Stockton moving it around the perimeter. Matthew Spratley asking for the screen. He'll get it. Mid-range, good pass inside, and one! Armstrong Thomas already getting on the board for the Ospreys.
The first possession for the Ospreys, guess what? They used every single second of that shot clock. There was only 4 left. They took it slow. They made sure they set up the play, and they got it inside. They got it inside to Armstrong Thomas, and now he's going to try it for the end one.
Thomas currently Stockton 1 for 13 from 3. Montclair State 9 for 24. That's been a huge difference in this game. I mean, incredible. But like we mentioned, this game is far from over. 14-point lead now from Stockton. 14-point lead from Montclair State now over Stockton. Thrown inside to Primus. Holbrook on the outside. He'll kick it to Flanagan. Flanagan has it. We'll give it to Goss. Flanagan dancing around, trying to find an opening, gives it to Primus. Goss for 3 now, off on that one. It's rebounded by McKee. And Stockton really starting off this second half in a strong way right now. Matthew Spratley, one of the best in the business, has it here for the Ospreys. And a travel is called on him. Great defense by the Red Hawks. Matthew Spratley continues to struggle at points in this game.
Yeah, Matthew Spratley thought there should have been a foul there, but the referee disagreed, gave him the travel. Now Montclair State wins back possession.
Goss has it at point for the Red Hawks. Gives it to Flanagan on the right side on the dribble handoff. Holbrook now has it. Back to Flanagan. Flanagan patient, trying to find an opening. Goss for three. That one is good. That's a big hit from Goss. Osprey's moving it quickly in transition. McKee towards the basket. Layup is no good. What a rebound by Campbell. My goodness. And he gets fouled hard.
Yeah, that quick transition defense or offense that Stockton was trying to run, especially they tried to do it in the first half. Almost got the stop. Flanagan played some good defense, but unfortunately Stockton got the offensive rebound and now got the foul. But going back to Goss, before he made that, he was 0 for 3 from the three, and he finally made one in the corner. You got to keep trying. You got to keep shooting. If you're a shooter, you got to just keep going. One of those is going to fall, and he finally got one.
And we know Goss is a playmaker. He does a lot for this team, but I mean, he's really known for his perimeter defense. But he has a lot of, it just seems like open space on the perimeter a lot to shoot these threes because you got guys like Morales and Jackson that are getting the attention. And he's been able to connect at points throughout the season on the three ball. Jackson on the right side for the Red Hawks. Gives it back to Goss. He's looking for a screen from Primus. Gives it to Holbrook. Goss fakes a three. Mid-range jumper is good. Honestly, was that a three?
That was a two.
That was a two. His foot was on the line on that one. But that's still a tough shot.
And he's still heating up now. He made that three from the corner, and now he just made that mid-range jumper. He's starting to heat up, and Goss maybe can make some extra plays.
Great response by Matthew Spratley, and a bad foul by Primus. Got to just let him go in that one.
And that's 3 straight fouls for Montclair State on 3 straight possessions. That's not really what you want for the Red Hawks.
Matthew Spratley's first moves towards the basket, Thomas, are fun to watch. I mean, he just creates so much space for himself, was able to draw the contact as well.
And that's a reason why he's the NJAC, all NJAC leading scorer.
Matthew Spratley connects on that free throw as well. 15-point lead for the Red Hawks. Goss has it. We'll give it to Jackson. Jackson getting the screen from Holbrook. Strong move towards the basket. Fakes it, kicks it back out to Holbrook. Gets the dribble handoff. Trying to get some space is Jackson. And a travel is called on Jackson. Great defense by the Ospreys.
Now they're trying to get back in this game. They got to have some defensive possessions where they get the stop, and there's another one. They've been doing pretty well.
You know what? Inbounded and barely inbounded there, taken away by the Red Hawks. Goss with a pretty move under the basket, and a left-handed layup is good.
7 points for Goss in the second half so far. He's starting it off hot.
Matthew Spratley kicks it over, trying to find an opening. Great defense by Holbrook. Floater is good, though.
And Stockton are responding, especially off some good Montclair State makes.
Yeah, Payute on the floater, even though Holbrook played great defense. Goss starting to get hot now. The midi is good. Goss cannot be stopped right now.
That freshman is heating up. 9 points in this second half. Wow.
And you see the confidence right away on the midi, able to drill it. I mean, you just talk about different guys stepping up when the Red Hawks have needed it, Thomas. Campbell, ooh, pretty move towards the basket. And that might be a charge. Nope, they're going to call it a block on Holbrook. You know what's incredible, Thomas, is Matthew Spratley, by his standards, not having a great game. He still has 15 points for this Ospreys team, and I mean, just a pro scorer. And you see the replay here.
Whoa.
Ooh, I don't know. I thought that was a charge. I originally thought that was a charge on the replay, too. It looks like Holbrook's feet were set.
I agree. I think Holbrook's feet were set. Unfortunately, ref saw something different, but wow, that's 4 fouls already.
Was he in the restricted area?
There's 4 fouls already in this half for the Red Hawks. It's going to, especially down the stretch of this game, it's going to, any foul, if once they hit the bonus, any foul, they're going to the free throw line.
Yeah, it's been a physical game so far, and especially now in the second half. Montclair State does not want to keep fouling, especially up big like this, so you want the clock to keep moving. Sevis trying to beat the double team. Holbrook needs to get it up the court quickly. We'll get it to Robertson. Robertson working around, trying to find an opening. Holbrook gets it right back. Robertson now has it at the top of the key, trying to make a move towards the basket. Backdoor cut by Rogers, and a kickball violation called on Stockton.
They get the shot clock reset. 20 seconds. Another possession for the Red Hawks.
Inbounded to Seavis. Jackson off the screen. Three-pointer is no good. What a rebound by Campbell. And it hits the floor. A foul is called. And that one was also on Holbrook. And Montclair State is fouling a lot to start this second half.
5 fouls already. It feels like every possession there's another foul.
And you know, we talked about Stockton's physicality, Thomas. Montclair State trying to match it, but got to do a better job of not fouling, and especially early. I mean, 5 fouls already is a lot with about 16 minutes still left in the second half.
Yeah, there's a reason why Jacob Morales isn't on the court. Or is he back on the court? No, he's not back on the court yet, but he has 3 personal fouls already. Got to be cautious with him.
Matthew Spratley, strong move towards the basket. Floater is good. He's starting to get going a little bit now. In transition is Robertson, and a travel is called before he throws it down. Interesting call there.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a travel, but wow, that would have been a great transition basket by the Redhawks.
Robertson runs the floor so well in transition. And Matthew Spratley has it here for Stockton. Gives it to Campbell, back to Matthew Spratley. On the right side is Johnson. Matthew Spratley for 3, no good. Great rebound by Stockton, they get it right back. Armstrong Thomas trying to create some room. On the left side is Campbell. Spin move towards the basket, layup is good. That's a pro move from Campbell.
And now Stockton getting back in this game, only 11-point game.
Tides are turning now, too. You can feel it in this gym. And, I mean, we talked about this at halftime, Thomas. Stockton was not going to go down without a fight.
They are the #1 team in the NJAC for a reason. It's not gonna be easy to finish them off. And now coming out of the locker room into the second half, they've just been playing lights out, especially good defense as well. And good offense. Good offense possessions are slowing it down a little bit, like I said to do in the first half, and now they're getting the good possessions and good baskets.
Something that's been really impressive to see is the tough shots that they make. You think about Matthew Spratley, Campbell, they're making pro contested shots right now.
They are, and right now
you see the replay there on that one. Campbell put his body down and it was able to finish with the left.
It's just so unstoppable. If you get inside the paint there, that spin move is just so good. Here it is again, slowed down. Spin move goes up, just.
And Rogers is a strong defender too.
This is very hard to stop.
54-43, Montclair State over Stockton currently with 14 minutes and 50 seconds in this second half remaining. But Stockton, the energy is different. You can see it. Coaches are engaged. Players are talking to each other. What has allowed for Stockton to get back in this game, Thomas?
Well, it was from my point from the first half. I think they slowed it down a little bit. I think they're using all the shot clock. They're using the time to set up a play, draw up a play, try to get somebody under the basket with a cut and get something easy to go, and that's why it's only an 11-point game now.
Montclair State needs to get going on offense right now and kind of slow down the Ospreys if they want to keep this lead. Robertson, quick move towards the basket, kicks it out to Seavis. Robertson, three-point attempt is good with a hand in his face as well.
And that's what Robertson gives you. He gives you that athleticism, but also that three-point scoring. He's third on the team in scoring, and then he comes out there off the bench and he just does an amazing job.
Matthew Spratley for 3. Big-time response from Matthew Spratley.
Yeah, his first 5 were all misses, and now he finally made one. And now he can try to heat up.
Rogers has it. We'll give it to Seavis. Montclair State trying to hold on to this lead. Rogers for 3. No good. Rebounded by Matthew Spratley. And you can see it. He's got a pep in his step right now. He's feeling himself. Move towards the basket. Midi. Pier. What a move by Matthew Spratley again.
He jukes the defender and just gets that mid-range at the baseline. It's just so unstoppable. He's so good.
They really got to slow him down. A foul was called away from the ball there. Looks like Robertson got pushed down.
Yeah, Cape Goss checking back in. Guy who's been hot, who was hot to start the second half. Maybe he can continue it.
Yeah, but Thomas, Montclair State's going to have to slow down Matthew Spratley to keep this lead. He's starting to get going now, and I mean, to begin this game, they couldn't have done a better job of slowing him down, but he's kind of found his rhythm now.
Yeah, once he finds his rhythm, once he starts getting high, it's very hard to stop. And the Redhawks just have to find a way to kind of not get him open. But even if he is contested, he looks like he makes his shots all the time. It's just, again, that good.
Flanagan trying to find an opening. Good pass underneath, and he gets it to Primus, who draws the contact and the foul.
A lot of fouls between both these teams so far. It's starting to get a little chippy out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a New Jersey NJAC battle. We usually see a lot of physicality, but you're right, it's been a little chippy throughout this game. I mean, I would argue that both schools don't like each other. I mean, a lot of the times, both men and women's, Montclair State and Stockton see each other in the NJAC playoffs for a lot of different sports.
Yeah, we saw them last year. Now it looks like if both teams do well in the NJAC tournament, it looks like they could potentially match up once again.
Primus was good on that first free throw. Good on the second one as well. 11-point lead for the Redhawks once again. Double team here on Johnson. He's getting guarded closely, and a foul was called on Robertson, who was displeased on that call. But you just see the thing about Montclair State that's incredible. We know they implement that press, but they keep up the intensity throughout the full game. They're still trying to work that press, cause havoc for their opponents.
Now, unfortunately, where you're at.
And that havoc they do cause, a turnover. Flanagan has it. Morales for three, no good. Rebounded by Matthew Spratley. Matthew Spratley kicks it out to Campbell. Campbell towards the basket. Lefty layup is good. I mean, that is a Sports Center top 10 finger roll right there.
So he tried to jam it, and then he just had to go with the finger roll, but that was just such a good attack to the basket.
In New Jersey, we call that a jelly, Thomas. Goss has it. He's been hot in this game. What a move. But he kicks it out to the corner. Flanagan for three and gets nothing on that one. Morales trying to save it, won't be able to. Gives it right to Matthew Spratley. Matthew Spratley in transition for three, and one! In the foul. My goodness, Matthew Spratley cannot be stopped.
Wow. You knew that this was going to be a difference in the second half. But Matthew Spratley is just coming out and playing his game. Oh my God, he gets the three and then almost try, and now he's gonna try for the 4-point play. There's the replay. Just wow, that's my word, wow, wow.
And you see the energy after the three too, just screaming. I mean, he understands how big this game is, and you know, we talked about this, Thomas. He struggled maybe a little bit in the beginning, but I mean, he's gonna get his, arguably the best scorer in the NJAC. And that's a 4-point play there from Matthew Spratley. He's up to 25 in this game now.
And now it's only a 5-point game too.
Yeah, don't blink. A bad turnover from Goss. Matthew Spratley has it. He's going to try to push it in transition. Campbell has it. Now for Stockton, he's been also really hot. Move towards the basket, scoop layup is blocked. Johnson gets it back. Trying to find an opening. Great defense by Morales and a takeaway. And a foul right away by Johnson. That's great defense.
Great defense on both sides. And again, they got the block by Primus, and then Morales comes and gets the steal. Just wow, what a great defense possession there. Here's the replay. Here's the first attempt. Or there's the three-pointer. Again, in the 4-point play. Just wow. Again, Matthew Spratley is going to be a difference.
Excuse me, Matthew Spratley now has 26 points in this game. I mean, pretty unbelievable considering how he started it and how well Montclair State guarded him. Goss has it. Really trying to get Montclair State back in this one. There's been a big shift of momentum in this second half. Flanagan on the left side. Move towards the basket, misses the layup. He had a good look underneath. Matthew Spratley trying to go to work on Flanagan. Spin move, great pass towards the basket, and a foul is called.
That's fourth. I think that's the fourth foul on Jacob Morales. Or I think they're calling it on Flanagan.
Gotta see.
They called it on Flanagan. I thought, oh, that was close.
That would be a tough one on Morales. I mean, if that was his fourth.
They could have been, I think, a little mean there and gave it to Morales, but I think got lucky there and gave it to Flanagan. But wow, if that was the fourth foul for Morales, that would have been very tough, especially because you still have a whole 11 minutes left in this whole game.
First free throw is not good from Paiute. See the replay here. That's a really good pass by Matthew Spradley. Ooh. And you see the contact underneath the basket. Paiute on the second free throw attempt is good. Cuts the lead now down to 4. I mean, Montclair State was up 40-19 at one point, Thomas. And now it's 59-55. What a change of events.
I think there was another foul on Stockton. You just look at Matthew Spradley, he's smiling. He's like I'm coming back in this game.
He's playing his game right now. Castle's the shooter for 3, gets nothing. Matthew Spradley, he's moving different right now. Great defense by Flanagan and gets the takeaway. Gosh trying to push the pace, gives it to Primus. He almost puts it in on the dunk. My goodness, it would have been a highlight.
That would have been a Sports Center top 10 play. Wow, that was so close.
How did Primus even get that one? I mean, my goodness. McKee for 3, this is big, no good. Paiute tries to save it, it goes out of bounds. It's been a rough game for McKee from the 3-point line.
And just the intensity is starting to pick up. Here's the replay, that was so close. I don't know how Primus got up that high. Just, oh my God. Just what a play there. Here it is again. That would have been an electric play, but just the intensity is picked up here in this game between both teams. And there's still a whole 10 minutes left. 4-point game, Stockton down by 4. And anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and Thomas, there's a lot of star power in this game. You talked about it going into this one, how much talent is on both sides. But, I mean, there's a lot of different people putting on a display, putting on top 10-like plays right now. We're in for a goodie the last 10 minutes of this one. Flanagan with a turnover. It's Matthew Spradley once again. Euro step layup is good. It's only a 2-point lead now for the Red Hawks.
And Goss got contact on that, and he still made the Euro step in the leg. Just wow.
Goss for 3. Good! What a response from Goss. And a turnover from the Ospreys. Jackson has it. We'll give it to Goss. Smartly slows it down. Here's Flanagan. Backdoor cut from Robertson, and the layup is good.
And those are the possessions that Montclair State needed. Cabe Goss, 12 points in this second half. And the defense intensity is picked up for the Red Hawks.
Johnson towards the basket. Great defense underneath. Here comes Jackson in transition. The 3-pointer is no good. Tipped around and rebounded by Armstrong Thomas. A foul called on Robertson again underneath.
I don't think Robertson touched him, but
and
wow.
Look, we're seeing the replay here on the 3, but either way, a foul called on Robertson.
And now they're in the bonus.
And that's Robertson's 4th personal, Thomas. That's a big call.
That is a big call, and it's going to be big without him down the stretch. His athleticism, he had a block in the beginning, in the first half, and he just had one in the last possession as well. He's just a difference maker on the defensive side of the ball. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's just not. Now he only has one. He has one more foul left before he fouls out.
And he was not pleased on that last call. Looks like he was just playing good defense underneath.
But also the problem is that Stockton now, or Montclair State now in the bonus, it's going to be very. Every foul are going to go to the free throw line now.
Armstrong Thomas good on the first free throw. And you mentioned that foul trouble is going to become an issue.
Now you got to be very cautious.
Armstrong Thomas no good on the second one. 64-58, Montclair State able to climb the lead back up to 6. Flanagan has it at the top of the key from Montclair State. Gives it to Goss, who gets the ball fake. Behind the back dribble. Back to Flanagan. 7 seconds on the shot clock. 3-point attempt from Jackson. It's good! That's a big one in the stare down.
And that's what Montclair State needed, the 3 from the 3-point scorer. 3-point scorer Mike Jackson leads the whole team in 3-point scoring of all time.
Matthew Spradley calling for the screen. trying to respond. Three-pointer, almost good on that one, in and out. Holbrook gets the rebound, gets it to Rogers. Montclair State wants to push the pace here. They're up 67-58. You got to give the Ospreys credit, have climbed back in this one, but Montclair State with a big-time response, Thomas. Flanagan for three, no good. Rebounded by Matthew Spratley, and he gets fouled hard by Goss. And you see the physicality a little bit between both teams, and, you know.
And again, you got to be cautious with the physicality because every time you foul, going to that free throw line.
I mean, Matthew Spratley has taken some hits, to be fair, in this game. See, the Mike Jackson three. I mean, pure as day. Wow. And the chatter after the bucket, too. You got to love it.
And that's Mike Jackson for you. The stare down, the three, the big three.
I mean, Mike Jackson has really just been huge in this program, Thomas. You've mentioned this, and we've seen him develop throughout these years. But, I mean, we're used to seeing him be the star, and he is the star of this team. But there's other guys that have really stepped up and kind of taken the pressure off from him a little bit.
And that's what you want. That's what you need, and that's what you want. Because if you have another guy like Jacob Morales who can hit threes as well, it kind of takes the eye off of Mike Jackson, so he can go under the radar and make some big baskets just like that one.
Holbrook gives it back to Jackson. Jackson working towards the basket. Great pass to Rogers, and it's blocked underneath by Armstrong Thomas. That's great defense there from the Ospreys. We've seen them really kind of control underneath the paint. Montclair State has tried to get some drives and cuts, but they do a good job of shot blocking.
And again, it's that size that Stockton does have as a timeout is taken. But wow, just what a second half we're having so far in the first 12 minutes. Just absolutely amazing. Cannot wait to see what happens down the stretch of this game.
What a second half we've seen, Thomas. I mean, like we said before, you got to give Stockton credit for coming back in this game. They cut the lead to 4, but Montclair State had that big response. And, I mean, Goss has been playing really incredible in this game as well, Thomas. What has been the biggest thing that has stuck out to you in the second half from both sides?
From Montclair State, I think it is Cape Goss, a guy who came into the second half with 0 points, and now he has 12. He shot very poorly in the first half, but then he comes out. Now he's light hot. He's red hot. I was hoping for a heat check a little bit out there, but he was like a couple of feet behind the 3-point arc at one time. And I was like, go shoot it, heat check. But he said he's shooting very well. But in Stockton, they're just being very good. They're being very good in the paint. They're causing Montclair State to get into a ton of foul trouble, and they're getting to the line. They're making good of their chances, and they've just been finishing around the rim just very, very well, especially with Matthew Spratley.
Inbounded here. Montclair State trying to get another bucket. Ball fake from Flanagan. Mid-range jumper is no good, and a lot of contact underneath the basket. It looks like a foul on Armstrong Thomas will be called.
And now Stockton is also in some foul trouble as well.
6th team foul for the Ospreys. Looks like Morales got tied up underneath there.
This is going to be a long last 8 minutes of this game.
Yes. And physical as well. Flanagan layup opportunity and one! The senior comes up huge.
Wow, Kieran Flanagan again. He's that leader. He's a captain on this team. He knows when to take control of this game and exactly what he did. Here's the replay. Stutter step goes in, up, gets the and one, and gets it. Wow. Kieran Flanagan.
Flanagan has had some big buckets in this game, Thomas. And barely misses. Jackson gets the rebound and puts it in. Stockton trying to move it the other way. Here's Campbell. Spin move and layup is good.
And that was good. That was a very good transition basket. Kieran Flanagan almost got that, though.
Jackson in transition and gets the easy layup. Stockton trying to respond. They're down 11. Campbell trying to work on Jackson, and he calls the timeout. But my goodness, Montclair State with a huge response, an 11-point lead, and Mike Jackson has really, really been huge for them.
Yeah, Mike Jackson got the offensive rebound off that Kieran Flanagan miss from the free throw, puts it up, gets the putback. I think here it is. Here's the rebound, gets it, And there's a 4-point play basically, but then on the other end, you got to keep the cameras rolling. And there's Campbell, just goes up, gets the easy basket, and then right off the answer, you have to just keep it rolling. It's a long replay. Mike Jackson, 4 points in back-to-back possessions. Just wow, Montclair State kind of trying to find their footing, finding their strides. And that was a very good couple of possessions by both teams right there.
And you see Campbell a little hobbled on that one after that play. Not happy about that, but I mean, Thomas, we've seen really good action throughout this game from both sides. You really have seen the star power. You see Campbell, you see Matthew Spratley. What on both sides, who are your key players to watch for the last 7 minutes and 30 seconds?
So right now, Matthew Spratley, you could say him, but 4 personal fouls in this game. He's one more foul away from fouling out. So if I'm Montclair State, I'm trying to draw some contact with him there.
And it looks like he is going to be in this game as well, Thomas.
They're going to keep him rolling. But I think you have to look at Eric Campbell, a guy who has been kind of finishing around the rim. Unfortunately, he just went out with an apparent injury. Hopefully he is okay, and hopefully all is good. But if it's not him, and if Matthew Spratley goes out, it's going to be very hard for Stockton to try to find a player to step up. But Montclair State, I'm looking at Mike Jackson. He just had 2. He only has 8 points in this game. A little bit underrated performance, but he just had 4 points on the back-to-back possessions right there, and he's going to make a difference down the stretch of this game.
Inbounded big-time jam from Armstrong Thomas. What a way to get out of the timeout there. Jackson has it at the top of the key. Big possession here for the Red Hawks. Flanagan asking for the screen. We'll give it to Goss. Good defense from the Ospreys so far in this possession. But an opening, and Morales gets the easy layup underneath.
The cuts are going very, very well for Montclair State. They're finding wide open players under the basket like that, and that was just great possession by the Red Hawks.
Johnson has it. Stockton trying to set up their offense. Matthew Spratley on the left side. Move towards the basket. Kick out. 3-pointer from Crawford is no good. Rebounded though, and the layup attempt is good by Payute.
There's a size advantage by Stockton working.
Morales for 3. Good! Stockton has it once again. Here's Johnson. 12-point lead for the Red Hawks, 6 minutes left in this game. Number 1 versus number 2 in the NJAC. And a foul away from the ball. Looks like it was called on Flanagan.
And now Spratley goes to the line for 2. That's the trouble of being in foul trouble.
Spratley already has a 30 ball, has a chance to push his score total to 32 if he hits both free throws, as we see the Armstrong Thomas throwdown from earlier. My goodness, a lot of emphasis on that one.
This is his 5th game of the season with over 30 points. That is how good Matthew Spratley's been all season.
And he was good last year, Thomas, as a sophomore. He's currently a junior, and I mean, you can see the development even from sophomore to junior year, but 3-level scorer, physical.
Yeah, and he was that second guy with DJ Campbell last year, and he still produced, and now he's that lone guy. He's that main facilitator, main scorer. Now he's just taking over.
Jackson has been phenomenal in the second half. He has it here. A lot of contact on Jackson from Campbell. The foul will be called.
Now that both teams are in the bonus here, they're going to keep going to the free throw line after every foul. That's why I said it's going to be a long last 5 minutes, 47 seconds in this game if it stays physical like this. But free throws matter.
Jackson good on the first.
And here's the replay.
See the replay there. A lot of contact from Campbell. Definitely a foul. And we've seen Campbell and Jackson playing physical in this game. Goss tries to get the takeaway on Johnson.
Very close.
see the Montclair State bench really into it. They understand how big of a game this is. Inbounded to Matthew Spratley, gets it to Armstrong Thomas. Johnson in transition, and a foul on the floor. But they are in the bonus. And you mentioned, Thomas, you were right on the ball there with this foul trouble from Montclair State. You're putting the Ospreys on the line with any foul.
Especially with both teams. And it's just going to be, again, Stockton have to get back in this game. 12-point deficit. They got to make every free throw.
Johnson pure on the first one. Jamar Johnson, the fifth-year senior from Penns Grove, New Jersey. Listed at 5'10" guard. We saw a good amount of him in this game. You could tell he's a veteran leader and a good playmaker for this team as well. Second free throw is good as well. And it looks like Campbell and Primus got tied up underneath. A foul on Primus on that one.
And again, going back to the line because they're in the double bonus.
Wow, that's a big call right there.
And them being in the double bonus as well, it's not to make one. If you make one, you get the second one. If you miss it, then you don't. So it's, again, you're just getting both free throws, and now there's really nothing you can do if you're the Redhawks because you're in that foul trouble. They're going to go to the line every single time you foul. You got to be less physical.
First free throw from Campbell is no good.
There's a lot of players that actually play with each other on this team, between both teams, Stockton and Montclair State. Eric Campbell actually played with Quintavious Rogers at RCSJ back down in South Jersey. It was a Rowan College of South Jersey when they were playing in community college before their times at Stockton and Montclair State.
Especially with like the way New Jersey set up an AAU ball, a lot of guys have played together, known each other. We're seeing two of the best Division III basketball teams in New Jersey going head-to-head right now. Flanagan on the left side, trying to get an opening. Armstrong Thomas playing really good defense. Morales for three! No good. And it looked like it hit the top and went out of bounds. 5 minutes, 11 seconds remaining. 9-point lead for the Redhawks. Thomas, what are we going to see here in the next 5 minutes of action?
A lot of free throws.
I think you hit the nail on the head with that one.
I honestly think it's just going to get very physical. Teams are going to just be hacking, fouling, and a lot of free throws, and it's going to come down to the wire, especially if you can use those possessions that aren't going to get you to the line. With the three-pointers, the two-ball, you just got to be able to hit your shots, and then if you do get to the line, make your shots. The free throws, they're called free throws for a reason. You got to make them.
Yeah, free throws. Always pivotal down the stretch of close games, especially against two teams like this.
I love that kid. I love that guy's hair.
I mean, that is fantastic hair over there.
Nice afro, little afro.
Definitely drummer's hair for sure.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
That's awesome stuff. But Montclair State, right now, Thomas, was able. I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been worse for them. They were up, like we mentioned before, 40-19 at one point. Stockton crawled all the way back to make it a 4-point lead, but they had this big response, and they currently have a 9-point lead.
That's what they did after halftime, and that's what they kind of planned probably in the locker room, saying you got to come out fast, you got to come out hot, and that's exactly what Stockton's been doing. But again, it's still a 9-point game. The Redhawks still have a favorable lead. You just got to be able to keep it and make your shots and hit your shots, because a guy like Matthew Spratley is still on the other side of the court, who is also in foul trouble. So there's it's a lot of little things can happen with the last 5 minutes of this game that could decide the ending score of this game.
Inbounded here to Johnson. Johnson pushing the pace. Pass underneath the basket to Armstrong Thomas. He gets some room and able to finish. That's a big-time basket from Stockton, and it didn't waste much time. I
think that's what Stockton's going to do. They're just going to try to attack the paint, attack the basket, just to try to draw a foul.
Robertson with 4 fouls has it here. Kick out to Jackson. Three-pointer. No good. Rebounded by Matthew Spratley. It's a big possession from the Ospreys. Matthew Spratley setting up the offense. Armstrong Thomas looking for it inside. Matthew Spratley, three-pointer, good! 35 points for Matthew Spratley.
He is starting to heat up. Wow.
Kind of reminiscent of what Campbell did last year at Panzer.
Yeah.
The lead is cut back down to 4. Morales thought about it. Cutting inside is Rogers. Good move. Layup opportunity. Misses. He goes up again and gets fouled. Good cut by Rogers and good positioning. Just couldn't get it to go.
Thought Rogers got fouled in the first one there, but fortunately he got the putback off the offensive rebound. And now goes to the line. But wow, 4-point game. Matthew Spratley just playing his game on the other side of the court. And now the Redhawks got to lock in and try to keep this lead.
It's a huge game for both teams. We mentioned that before. Montclair State, with this win, would go to #1 in the NJAC.
Montclair State has 3 guys in foul trouble now. Miles Primus with 4 personal fouls, Cape Goss with 4 fouls, and Ahmad Robertson with 4 fouls as well. But also Stockton does a little bit, like I said, we've been saying, Matthew Spratley with 4 fouls, and now Armstrong Thomas has 4 fouls too.
Campbell in transition. And that looks like a double dribble.
That's a good call by the ref. And unfortunately, a wasted possession for Stockton. Now Montclair State has to cap.
I've seen a good amount of mistakes from the Ospreys that we're not accustomed to seeing throughout this game, Thomas, too. It just seems like their offense has been out of sorts at times. There's been open layups underneath for the Redhawks on cuts.
I think Montclair State's figured out how they line up defensively.
See Rogers and Morales trying to figure things out with each other.
Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Fortunately.
But Goss telling everybody to settle down a little bit. Even though he's a freshman, he's a leader. Still a lot of time left in this game, Thomas. Only a 5-point lead right now for the Redhawks.
And now Stockton is going to keep going to the free throw line off the fouls. But a little bit of miscommunication by the Redhawks on the other ends. That's what you got to fix, especially down the stretch of this game. Under 4 minutes left to play, everything matters. And look, Matthew Spratley comes off. He won't be off for long, but they're just going to be a little cautious with him.
Still has those 4 fouls,
Yep.
too. As Primus checks into the game for Rogers.
Another guy who also need to be cautious with a little bit. Now Jacob Morales also has 4 fouls. So a lot of guys that all in foul trouble. It just takes one more foul. This is a lot. I think this is the most fouls I've seen. 22 in a single game for the Redhawks. Wow.
As physical as you're going to see of a game. And, you know, we mentioned before, like, Stockton's just a physical team. And it's going to happen, but Montclair State still has put Stockton on the line a lot. And a cut towards the basket by Morales. It looks like he got fouled on the floor. That was a good pass by Flanagan as well.
And I think that is Armstrong Thomas's game.
Wow.
And he's going to foul out. That's some size that that Stockton has had.
And he's had a great game, Thomas.
Great game.
Great
Yes.
game.
Had a great game, 11 points, 3 rebounds, 3 steals, a block.
He does a little bit of everything, for sure.
He's one of those underrated players.
And he's physical underneath. And we talk about Montclair State lacking that size underneath the basket. McKee a little bit more of a stretch forward, who's about to check into the game for Stockton. But Armstrong Thomas, very good game from him today, and fouls out with about 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
I think with McKee, though, he had a pretty good stretch last 3 games. 17 points against NJCU, 22 and 12 in the last 3 as well.
Has struggled in this one, though, especially from 3.
Yeah, I struggled a little bit, though. Here's the replay on the foul.
A little bit of tie-up underneath. Free throws are good on that one, and Montclair State has an 83-77 lead.
6-point lead going into the final 3 minutes, 36 seconds. It's a good lead to have for the Redhawks, but you got to be able to keep it. But again, foul trouble is kind of worrying them right now.
If you're Coach Potts in the huddle right now, what are you telling your Redhawks team?
The problem is that, again, I would say you don't foul. You got to be physical. You got to be able to stop plays. But again, we don't need a guy like Morales fouling out, or Cave Goss, or even a guy like Miles Primus fouling out. You got to try to not play as physical. But the problem is, if Stockton's going to try to target the paint and driving the paint as well and trying to get to the basket, it's really hard to not be physical under the basket like that. So it's going to be hard for the Red Hawks to kind of stop that. But also, Stockton has to use that as to their advantage. Use it inside the paint, use the size to their advantage, and attack the basket to try to get some of these players out of the game.
What about Coach Bittner in Stockton? What is he telling his guys?
Drive the paint. Drive the paint and attack the basket. Because if you get a guy like Primus out of the game, a guy like Morales or a Cave Goss, that's what you need, especially good defenders in a Cave Goss and a Miles Primus. That's two great defenders where if they come off, it's really hard to kind of put another great defender onto the court for the Red Hawks. So again, I think it's just driving the paint, and also don't foul. If you're, I'm talking to Matthew Spratley right now and saying, you have 3 minutes, 39 seconds.
Do anything to stay in this game.
Do anything to stay in this game. Do not foul.
That's a good point, Thomas. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Besides free throws, what is the key to winning a close game with time dwindling down?
You got to just you got to make your baskets and get good shots. Find a good shot selection. Don't put anything up. If you're contested, try to pass it around. Find an open man, because these last possessions are kind of going to come in crucial down the stretch.
Campbell has it. He's been terrific in the second half. Taking some time off the clock. Three-point shot, gets nothing, and goes out of bounds. Not the possession that Stockton wanted.
And that's what I was saying. You were contested with Miles Primus. Why are you putting up the three when you have guys around you that are open and you could try to find and reset the play?
Andrew Crawford checks into the game from McKee. Goss has it here at point for the Red Hawks. Flanagan now has it, the senior. Flanagan moved towards the basket. Layup is good. Once again, Flanagan comes up in the clutch.
8-point game. You got to keep this lead if you're the Red Hawks.
Crawford towards the basket. Gives it to Matthew Spratley. Spratley getting guarded closely by two Red Hawks. Layup is good from Jameer Payute. It is now 85-79. Stockton still hanging around, Thomas.
Hanging around and staying in it. Timeout by Bittner, but wow, just down this stretch of the game, 2 minutes, 37 seconds left. Bittner has to, here's the replay. And as you see, Morales just puts his hands up. He's not trying to reach in or anything like that. He's trying to stay in this game.
Yeah, and you see Matthew Spratley draw the double and give it to LePew.
And that's just a great way to get somebody open under the basket. And Bittner just knows what he's doing. He's a 9-year head coach, 19th year on this coaching staff for Stockton. He holds 133-71 record.
Wow.
And he has 3 NCAA tournament berths in his 9 years, which is very, very good for a program like Stockton. And wow, just he knows what to do down the stretch. He has a game plan. And you're only down by 6 right now. It's a couple of three-pointers away from getting back into this game.
Yes.
And a good defensive possession as well.
Flanagan inbounding for Montclair State. Flanagan drawing up the offense here. Move towards the basket. Trying to get something going. Goss now has it. Goss moving around the perimeter, gives it to Flanagan. Now here's Primus. Trying to kick it out. Montclair State still has it. Goss puts it up last second. Can't get it to go. Mike Jackson, maybe with the basket of the game on the second chance. Campbell in transition, blocked, and they call a foul on Flanagan.
And that's a smart foul. You have fouls to give if you're Flanagan. You only have 2 personal fouls in the game, so that's a smart one. Campbell was there. Here's the replay. And there's the kickback out to Goss. Goss gets it mid-range. He's going to miss it. But what an offensive rebound there by Mike Jackson. And that's another great offensive rebound. He had one early on in this first half, or in the second half.
Huge basket.
And then here's the foul.
Smart foul in transition.
Smart foul, high basketball IQ from Kieran Flanagan.
Flanagan has had a really, really good game, Thomas. I mean, one of the better games I've seen from him this season.
He doesn't fill the stat sheet, but you just watch the game and you know that he's had a brilliant one.
He affects the game in so many different ways.
9 assists in this game.
And it just seems like he's come up with big baskets when they've needed him. 87-81, 2 minutes left in this primetime matchup between two of the best schools in the NJAC. And two teams that have really seen a good chunk of each other the past couple seasons and have had some pivotal matchups. Flanagan good on the first free throw.
And he goes and plays his heart out. He's tied in minutes played. 562 minutes played so far this season for Kieran Flanagan. He's always out there, and he's always out in the court and just putting everything back out there.
Coach Potts has a lot of trust in his senior, and those were two big free throws that he connected on. Matthew Spratley wants to go to work. We'll kick it out to Campbell. Three-point attempt is faked. Thrown inside, and a foul called on Morales.
And that's
his fifth.
Yeah. The fifth for Morales. He fouls out. Unfortunately, it was a weird call under the basket. But also a smart play there by Campbell to get it under the basket to number 22, Jameer Payut. Here's the
Payut will be going to the free throw line on that one. It looks like he took a bump from Morales.
Slipped a little bit as well, unfortunately. Oh, it's timeout call, or a little bit of a break in the game. But now, minute 30 seconds left. Stockton down by 8. Still plenty of time. There's still enough time to get back in this game if you're Stockton. You just need a couple of defense possessions and some big threes. But Montclair State just got to stay out there, play the defensive game like they've been doing all game, and leave everything out there on the court to beat this #1 ranked team in Stockton. You know, Jameer Payut also played with somebody on this Montclair State team. He played with Ahmad Robertson down in Snyder, crossed at Snyder High School.
Jersey City.
Jersey City.
Payut good on both free throws. Those are big for Stockton. Payut's been playing pretty well in this game. He's put in some good minutes for them. Goss trying to break the press here. He will. Gives it to Holbrook. Dribble handoff to Jackson.
Got to be slow here. Use all the time.
Yeah, you see them using that shot clock. Flanagan has it here, 12 seconds to work with. Trying to go to work on Matthew Spratley. Mid-range jumper is no good, got nothing. Crawford gets the rebound, a 6-point lead for Montclair State. Matthew Spratley fakes it, three-pointer, good! My goodness, Matthew Spratley cannot be stopped. Every big basket, it just seems he gets.
Matthew Spratley with the pump fake in the corner and just drills it. He has been lights out in this game. Here's the replay. He just drives in. He sees Mike Jackson leading to the corner. Step back, pump fakes, and then gets the easy, not easy, but an amazing three-pointer. Wow, 3-point game now with under a minute to play. Coach Potts drawing something up around midcourt. I don't know what is going to happen, but this is just a crazy game we're watching right here at Panzer.
Matthew Spratley is just incredible.
38 points in this game. Wow. He was 0 for 5 going into this second half, and now he's 4 for 10. He just lights out. He's been shooting very well, 38 points. He's come back in this game, and now he's just proving why he's one of the best players, or if not the best player in the NJAC.
Either way, we are in for a great last minute here at Panzer. #1 versus #2 in the NJAC. It was all Montclair State in the first half, had a 17-point lead going into the half, but Stockton hung tough, crawled back in this one.
Stockton, no timeout. So if I'm Montclair State, I'm using every single second of this clock to unplug the shot clock. So Stockton has to go and use that final possession without a timeout. So if I'm Montclair State, I'm using every single second of the shot clock. And if I don't get you have to try to get a basket up, but you got to use every second to try to potentially unplug the shot clock.
Flanagan inbounds to Goss. 1 minute left in this game, 3-point lead for Montclair State. Flanagan gets it to Holbrook. Holbrook gives it back to Goss, 20 seconds left on the shot clock. Goss trying to get a screen from Holbrook. Moving towards the basket, Paiute guarding him closely. Flanagan gives it back to Holbrook, 8 seconds left. Flanagan in and out dribble, Jackson underneath the basket, and a walk is called. 33 seconds left, and 3 seconds separating the shot clock
Montclair State will,
and game clock.
If Stockton does hit a 3 here, Montclair State still has a timeout to take.
Matthew Spratley has it. It would be hard to believe he wouldn't be taking this shot. Three-pointer from Spratley, no good. Hits the side of the iron. Tough shot by Paiute is no good either, and it goes out of bounds and will stay with the Ospreys.
Now shot clock unplugged, 11 seconds left in this game. Got to get it in. Got to get it inbound. But again, Matthew Spratley's going to be the 3. Here's that 3. A tough one, a tough step back. Great defense by Holbrook. Unfortunately, just couldn't get the putback of Stockton, but now get an extra possession. And now Bittner's drawing up a play.
If you're Coach Bittner, what are you drawing up right now, Thomas?
I'm drawing up a screen to try to get Spratley open, especially with the 3s. If you try to get, he looked really good in the corner. So if you can maybe set some off-ball screens and try to get around, and you have everyone clapping up. The Panzer is getting electric here. Got to play some good defense. But again, I'm trying to get setting a screen to get Spratley open.
Either way, 11 seconds left. I mean, this has been a great game to watch. One of the greatest second halves that we've seen. Stockton able to come back from 17 down. And we knew Stockton was going to put up a fight, Thomas.
Off-ball movement means a lot here.
Johnson inbounding, gives it to Matthew Spratley for 3. No good. Hits out of bounds. It looks like it's going to be Montclair State possession.
And I think they're going to review that to see if it went out. Yeah, and here's the review.
It feels like we have a review every game, Thomas and Panzer.
Yeah, well, the last time, we were here for William Patterson, me and Luke Sirianni, another Artisan intern, were here for Rowan. That took, I think, 20 minutes at the end of that game. They went back to the review twice to see how much time is left on the clock. They're going to use the replay to their advantage. They're going to use it to just see if it did go out on Montclair State or it went out on Stockton.
And that was such a big game, that Rowan game. Every call meant something. Only 7 seconds left. Matthew Spratley had a decent look on that inbound there, Thomas.
He did. Here it is. Just great defense by Mike Jackson, too. Unfortunately, just couldn't get the 3-pointer off. Let's see if we can replay this, re-roll it.
You see Flanagan and Jackson running out there right away.
I think they called it on, I think it's out on Stockton. I think Montclair State ball.
Montclair State.
And that's what they called.
Is in the bonus. Both teams are in the bonus. 7 seconds left.
Got to get it inbounded.
Got to get it inbounds. That's the key. Flanagan doing the duties of inbounding. We'll get it to Robertson, and right away he takes the foul.
And that was a great drawn up play to get Robertson wide open to be able to take the foul. Now you got to make them.
Obviously, 2 huge free throws coming up for Robertson here. 3-point lead for the Red Hawks. Robertson has a chance to push it to 5 if he connects on both. This game, as we mentioned before, has huge playoff implications. Robertson, good on the first one. That's big.
And that should be the dagger. I'm not going to say it is, but again, no timeouts for Stockton. It's going to be hard to go downfield to drain a 3 and a 2 to get back in this one.
Robertson, good on the second one. Those are huge. Matthew Spratley trying to save time on the inbound. Moving up the court. Move towards the basket. It's taken away from the Red Hawks, and they take down Stockton at home. What a huge win from Montclair State.
And Robertson, even though it didn't count, the emphasis dunk on this game. Wow, what a win by the Redhawks. Beat Stockton twice now in the NJAC after having an 11-game losing streak to them throughout 10 seasons. Just wow. Montclair State are now on a roll and now are at the top of the NJAC and now control their destiny through the end of this season.
Montclair State moves to first of the NJAC. Huge win over Stockton, a team that has had their number, like you said, Thomas. My goodness, what a victory. Montclair State playing some of the best basketball that we've seen from them throughout this season.
I think that's the best defense I've seen from this Redhawks team. They shut out Spratley in the first half. Yes, the second half wasn't that well. But again, this game did come down to the wire. Just what a game by the Redhawks. Offensively, defensively, absolutely amazing. Just wow, what a win. And now you have a couple of very hard games down the stretch of this NJAC season. It looks like we're going to get an interview here for Tim Glassel. But again, just wow, what a game. What a game by the Redhawks.
What a game is right. And Thomas, Kieran Flanagan is coming with us now. Kieran, congratulations, big win.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You played your heart out tonight. You're known as an energy guy. You had a lot of assists. What was the key for you tonight, being such a force for your team?
I mean, when I'm a force for the team, it's just playing through our actions of our through defense and through offense, just with Coach Rossi and Coach Potts. They give us the clues, so when we go out there and give our full effort, a staple of this program is to give effort 100% every time you go out, and that's what we did, and it usually ends us up on the winning side.
You guys had a big lead going into the half, 17 points, but Stockton was able to respond. How did you guys remain tough and get the victory?
Yeah, I mean, it's the NJAC, so no team's ever going to go away. Historically, they're a great program. They're one of the top teams of the conference every year, so we knew they weren't going to go away. We just had to take their punches and respond the right way, and that's what we did. Before
the season, Stockton was on an 11-game winning streak against you guys. You now took 2 wins against them in the NJAC. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great, you know, just taking one game at a time. They're 2 big wins against the team at the top of the NJAC in a very important time right now. So now we're on to the next. You know, every game's just as important. The next one's even bigger, though. You guys are playing some of the best basketball that we've seen from you throughout the season. What does it mean playing really well right now, going towards the playoffs? I mean, it's great. We just got to keep it going, keep building, keep stacking days every day, you know. Our best basketball is still ahead of us, we all believe, so just keep stacking the days and getting better. Kieran, thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Kieran Flanagan, senior guard, was terrific in the victory for Montclair State. But my goodness, what a win for Montclair State. They take their 2nd win against Stockton this year. Overall, a great performance from Montclair State. A lot of different guys stepped up. It was a full team effort from Montclair State. And on Stockton's side, Matthew Spratley, 38 points in the loss. I mean, what a terrific performance from him as well. But
I am hesitating putting this headset on because it's very sweaty by Kieran Flanagan a little bit. So, you know what? I put it on. Who cares? It's fine. But what a game by the Redhawks. Now I have that sweaty Kieran Flanagan headset on. But, wow, I cannot wait for the rest of these couple of games down the stretch for the Redhawks. And now they control their destiny, like I said. Got to finish out, win out. You get the 1 seed, and now you have home field advantage to the playoffs. That's what you want. So you've got to finish this game out, finish this season out strong, and hopefully they could do that.
But Thomas, no easy task. They got NJCU, they got Kane, they got TCNJ. There's some tough matchups they have throughout the rest of the regular season.
And NJCU was a team that they lost to at the beginning of the season, so now they're trying to get back. They lost to them the first time. They have to try to get it back and get the win. So now it's kind of a little bit hard, but they still have to play a team like Kane and a team like TCNJ, which, you know, reigning NJAC champions. They want to try to dethrone. They try to want to go back and win it back, try to be back-to-back champions. So it's going to be very hard to beat them.
Thomas, always a pleasure. Huge win for Montclair State. Please stay and watch the women's game. They're also taking on Stockton, a big-time matchup. Montclair State women's basketball up next.
And welcome back to the Panzer Athletic Center for the second game of our electrifying doubleheader here. It is NJackson. Stockton is in town coming up the Parkway. It's a big weekend. The men's team just came out with a big win, and the women's game is to follow. Two critical matchups. My name is Ryan Nussbaum alongside CJ Steniak himself. And before we get into the women's game, that men's game was absolutely crazy. An absolute whirlwind of a performance here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime you have a matchup between the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed in the NJAC, you know it's going to be a special matchup. These two teams played a close game a couple months ago down at Stockton, now getting the rematch between the two. Stockton as the 1 seed, Montclair State as the 2 seed. Montclair State actually came out firing in this game, led very big in the first half, and going into the half, they were on fire from 3. Grant Holbrook caught some spark. He was into the game a little bit. In the second half, though, was a little bit on the side of Stockton. They started to march back on into the game. Things got a little bit close, Ryan, toward the end, but at the end of the day, Montclair State was able to come out with a massive victory, and just so big for what they were able to do in terms of seeding. They're able to now come up to the 1 seed, and we have another team that's the number 1 seed here at Montclair State. That's the women's team who's on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're getting around 8 minutes away from first tip, you know, it's pretty cold outside. We got snow coming, but the team in here that plays absolutely on fire. 10 in a row for the Montclair State University Redhawks. They are rolling right now. And man, only 4 games left in the season. A lot to play for still. This team fighting with the College of New Jersey for that number 1 seed. Should be a good finish to the season.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a team that's undefeated here in the new year. As you look at the NJAC standings, Montclair State 12-2 in the conference. They're tied with TCNJ right now, but they do have that tiebreaker with the victory over TCNJ. And I will say, looking forward to the end of the season, the regular season finale in this building. It'll be against TCNJ. Who knows? That game could be for the 1 seed going into the tournament and for home court advantage throughout the playoffs. But for now, we have a game to focus on today. And if Montclair State wants to still be in control of their own destiny, they'll need to come out with a victory against the Ospreys.
Yeah, meanwhile for Stockton, they are on the outside looking in terms of making the NJAC tournament. They are a game back now on Canton and Jersey City, and they need every single win. An upset today for them would be absolutely huge. And again, 1 step forward to trying to do what is hard, do the challenge, and continue to stay alive and play good basketball for the rest of the season, because now you're getting towards the nitty-gritty. The postseason's right around the corner. You don't want to miss out.
And for Stockton, this is as much of a must-win game as you're going to find. I mean, they're tied for that 6th seed right now. This is a team that hasn't had all that much success and appearances in the tournament in recent years. They were in it last year, trying to get back to it, and the perfect momentum turner in the season. This would be a season-defining win if they're able to come up with an upset victory over the top-seeded team right now in the conference.
Absolutely, and a big part of the Red Hawk resurgence has been the freshman phenom herself. That, of course, is Secaucus, New Jersey's very own Alyssa Craigwell. And, I mean, what more is there to be said about her incredible performances this season?
I mean, Coach Harvey and the rest of the Red Hawks, they knew that Alyssa Craigwell was going to be a special player, but I don't know if anybody expected the impact that she has had on this team in her first collegiate season. I mean, she has taken the conference by storm. 6-time Rookie of the Week winner, even won a Player of the Week award back in December. Lately, we've been seeing more and more teams start to put an emphasis on her, try to limit her in the box score, but she has just continued to find ways to impact the game. Her paint presence, her playmaking, those things have flourished as the year has gone on, and despite going down with an injury just a little bit over a week ago, Craigwell has returned to the court last game, and she is ready now for the home stretch here the rest of the way.
And look at that. It is senior day, of course, here, and Olivia Vero's family has come out in force. The entire extended family out in matching sweatshirts. That is an incredible sight to see. They're taking up the whole section.
Yeah, just incredible environment here. Obviously, it's a great day for the seniors here at Montclair State. Looking forward to honoring those. I'm sure in the pregame they will be talked about as well. So just very exciting stuff here in the building today at Panzer. And you see Olivia Vero's family. I mean, we're rolling 20+ deep, Ryan. Those are impressive numbers.
Exactly, and let's look at this impressive run for MSU over the last 10 games. They are absolutely undefeated in the year 2025. absolutely on a roll.
Yeah, what a run it's been here in 2025. This is a team that started 0-2 in conference play, lost to Rowan and then William Patterson in back-to-back games. They have quickly found their identity as a team here January and now into February. 8 of those 10 wins in this incredible stretch have been by double digits. 4 wins have been by 20 or more points. They have a plus 195 point differential over that span. The dominance that these Redhawks have shown cannot be overstated. They beat both of the teams that handed them their first 2 losses in Rowan and William Patterson. You see those wins as part of that win streak as well. They've now beaten every single team in the conference. It's been a very, very special couple of weeks here for these Redhawks and has completely changed the trajectory of not only their season, but as their future as a program.
And Montclair State University has the opportunity to win their first outright regular season championship since 2016. And now let's take a listen to what the Redhawks had to say in practice earlier this week.
We definitely just need to keep our head on our shoulders and keep working hard. We know what we have to do, and now we've beat every team in the conference, so that definitely gives us some confidence going forward.
We have so many pieces. I think that it took us a little bit to figure out that rotation and how we were going to put all those pieces together, adjusting to Sophie coming in and being a D1 point guard and kind of the way that she's used to doing things.
We're giving each other the space to take tough shots and step out of our comfort zones, and that's why we're growing a lot, I think.
We found our identity. You know, we really need to press to score, and then rebounding has been huge for us. We're actually top 20 in the country in rebounding. I think when we were voted as the dark horse, I think they took that a little personally. Apparently there's a song out there called Dark Horse, and I hear them playing that all the time, and that's been a little bit of fuel for them.
You know what, you could place us wherever you want. Those rankings, they obviously didn't define us.
I think the new players, you mentioned Soph and Alyssa, but also Maddie, and I think they all bring something different. You know, Maddie is a great defender. I mean, just a great defender. So I think utilizing all of the tools and everything we had and some fresh new energy. Obviously, Alyssa is super talented, and she's such a fun player to coach and a great teammate. And she's just, I mean, touching the tip of what she's capable of. We have to look at a couple things. I mean, they have a post player that's leading them in points, rebounds, and three-point shooting, Grace Spear. We're trying to look to see if we can gain an advantage with that matchup and maybe something different that we didn't do the first time. We've kind of put it all out there. We talk about being all in, and they are all in. The coaching staff is all in, and we're trying hard to take it one game at a time, as they say, and that's really hard right now, this time of year. Like, we're anxious to get to the playoffs and kind of show what we can do.
Very wise words from the veteran head coach alongside all the players as well. CJ, this is the second of 2 meetings in this home and away series here in conference play. Back in Galloway in January, the Redhawks easily surged past the Ospreys from the opening tip. MSU pounced on every opportunity, going on a 21-8 run in the first quarter of action.
Yeah, and that first quarter was the difference. They won that quarter by 13, and they won the game by 13, Ryan. The Redhawks, they probably didn't shoot as well as they had liked to in that game, but what they did do is stifle the Ospreys pretty much all game long. They held them to just 17 made shots on 30% shooting. Those are pretty epic numbers defensively if you want to force your team on. The defense was the story back in January, and we'll have to see if that holds true this time around.
Absolutely, and we have some really fun to watch hoopers on both sides of the floor this afternoon. CJ, who do you have your eyes on as we get ever closer to that tip-off?
Yeah, for Montclair State, my player to watch is Olivia Vero. We talked about it. Her family's out in the seats. In the first meeting between these two teams, Vero, she found herself in foul trouble, finished the day with just 8 points. She's had double digits in every game since, Ryan. She's averaging 18 points per game over her last 3 games. I expect that she's going to want to make up for that frustrating performance back in January. And now on the Stockton side, I have junior forward Grace Spear. Now, this is an interesting player because she's the leader in points and rebounds for the Ospreys, despite only having 6 starts this season. Spear actually had a 17-point double-double off the bench versus the Redhawks back in January, and now we're going to see if she can deliver a must-win game this afternoon. Should be in for a fun one with those two players going head-to-head, and we'll see if the Redhawks are able to make an adjustment to stop Spear.
Now, probably the most time-honored tradition in all of college athletics. It is senior day. Several players for Montclair State being honored here today. on the floor that they've called home for the last 4 and perhaps 5 seasons as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you look down the line there's so many special players, and especially for the senior team, it's very important for them because they have been part of this year turnaround here. I mean, this one season turnaround. They were juniors last season when this team missed the playoffs, and now they're able to be here for this incredible run that the Red Hawks are now being part of, and they're able to kind of use that veteran presence and pave the way for the way that things are headed the rest of the season and years going forward as well, Ryan.
And here's Brianna Montahez, who's really came in her own this year in terms of this program, really became a key contributor for this team.
Yeah, somebody who's been in the starting lineup, has contributed off the bench this season. Brianna Montahez has definitely had a huge impact. You can see her leadership when she's out on the floor, just such a key piece of this team, and lately has been the 6th man for the Red Hawks. So great to see her honored here today. She's been...
And up next, a player that really needs no introduction, it is Olivia Vera, joined by that very large contingent in the stands here today. But, I mean, she absolutely deserves it. This is a key player, a key contributor for Montclair State University, has been for a very long time, averaging 12.8 points, 7.9 rebounds, absolute double-double machine as well, 7 double-doubles this season. And, I mean, in the post, she is absolutely unstoppable. What a career Olivia Vera has had, and now she's being celebrated and recognized here tonight.
Yeah, don't let those 4 family members on the floor fool you. There are plenty more in the stands. We even got some cardboard cutouts of her face. Somebody who's logged starts in all 4 seasons. You mentioned it, Ryan, an incredible career here at Montclair State, and perhaps has started to really find her best form here in her senior season. Has made a 5-point-per-game jump from her junior to senior season. She's just been incredible to watch. Is now another senior being honored here from Montclair State.
And here comes Lindsey Ross onto the floor. Again, another player off the bench. The senior guard out of Secaucus, New Jersey, had a very memorable career here at Montclair State, and she's still progressing. You know, last game had her highest amount of points of the season with a 5-point performance. And again, one of those bench pieces that you really like to have in the team. And again, you know, when you talk about Montclair State, you talk about the depth that this team has developed. Lindsey Ross is a key piece of that.
Yeah, absolutely. She's appeared in 20 different games this season. She's come off the bench in all of them, has been such a big contributor. Has kind of been a spark plug a little bit. Lindsey Ross has played in parts of 3 different seasons here from Montclair State. Also a little tidbit about her. She was teammates in high school with Alyssa Craigwell, both out of Secaucus. So very cool thing to have that senior and freshman duo.
And here is Sophie Benaventine, the graduate transfer from Boston University. And if you know Red Hawk basketball, you know this family has quite the history here. Her sister also playing here at Montclair State several years ago, key performer. So Coach Harvey knows this family very well. A second senior day for the Benaventine family, and what an impact that this player has made on this team in her first season, bring a true veteran presence to the squad.
Yeah, you bring in a Division I transfer anytime, you're going to be excited about it. And she has really been that kind of true point guard that the Red Hawks have needed this season. You obviously mentioned the family ties. She came back to Montclair State to play for the same team and to the same program that her sister played for, and has had a really fantastic season, Benaventine, in her grad year, averaging 5.9 points per game, 5.7 rebounds, 5.3 assists, really just doing it in all facets of the game. A very special player, and obviously on top of that, a very special group. You see all of the teammates very much applauding their seniors, and on the day that they are being honored, obviously a very special time here in this building and at Panzer Athletic Center. I'm excited to see what goes on today here on Senior Day.
Absolutely. The 2025 class for Montclair State University, 4 seniors and graduate students are being honored here today, and quite the ceremony here. And now you have to wipe those emotions aside and get ready for some serious basketball.
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. I mean, obviously you have everything in the pregame, and you kind of start to get away from the game a little bit. You start to think a little bit more about the player and about the person. But now it's time to put those emotions to the side. And all of those 4 seniors are going to have an opportunity to make an impact in today's game. So excited to see, and it won't be their final game here on this floor, but as we wind down the stretch for the season, just excited to see what the seniors, what they can do today and kind of show that their lasting impact that they'll have on this program.
Yeah, and now we take a look at the NJAC tournament. If the season ended today, Montclair State would take the 1 seed, TCNJ in the 2 seed, and of course Stockton on the outside looking in. And this game is critical because, I mean, everyone counts. TCNJ is going to be keeping pace. This is a very established basketball program down there in Ewing, and it very may well come to the very last game of the season in a few weeks' time here at Panzer.
Yeah, it's a sprint to the finish right now, Ryan, for Montclair State and for TCNJ. And although both of those teams have the first round bye right now, I know that they both would love to have the NJAC final in their home building. And for Montclair State, especially here at Panzer Athletic Center, we know how rowdy this building can get. We know the home court advantage that lies here in this very room. And on the other side, you mentioned it, Stockton, obviously tied with Kane right now, and they're on the outside looking in. As you said, just a huge game for them as they go through their introductions right now. This is so huge to come out with a victory. You're obviously playing a tough team, a very tough rest of the way for them, but hey, it starts right here today, and who knows what a win can do for the outlook the rest of the season here today. And Kane, I'm sure we'll be giving you those scoreboard updates from everything today across the NJAC. Just a very exciting time here as we wind down the rest of the season for the entire conference.
And let's get into the starting lineups. First for the Ospreys, number 5, Brianna Robinson at guard. Number 11, Emin Fatih, also at guard. Number 12, Grace Spear, the junior forward. Down to number 21, Chichi Wakacha. And of course, rounding out the lineup, number 24, Evangela Kim, the freshman out of Egg Harbor Township. As for Montclair State, not many surprises. Alexis Strollo at that guard position, joined by, of course, the senior Olivia Vero at the big position. Alyssa Craigwell, the freshman out of Secaucus as well. Madison Marcotte and Sophie Benaventine round out the lineup. What do you make of the starting 5 right now for the Redhawks?
Well, interesting. Grace Spear is the one that I really have my eye on. Obviously, I mentioned her in the pregame as my player to watch. She has come off the bench in a lot of these games here, and actually came off the bench against Montclair State when she had that 17.12 rebound performance. Now she's in the starting lineup the second time around against the team that she had her best performance of the season against. So very intrigued to see what goes on there and how she's able to fit into this starting 5 for Stockton. For Montclair State, you said it, no real surprises. This is a starting 5 that has been rolled out for the last 10 games or so for Montclair when they've been on this incredible win streak. So as long as they continue to win, I'm sure Coach Harvey will continue to keep this starting lineup in place.
Seconds away from the tip now. Stockton coming in the navy blue uniforms with the light blue trim and white lettering. Montclair State in the classic all-white jerseys with red lettering. It is going to be Craigwell on the tip-off, joined with Grace Spear. Here's the tip, and it's going to be won by the Ospreys. Stockton looking for the upset. Montclair State looking to secure the number 1 seed for the upcoming NJAC tournament. Who's going to come out with this one? You guys stay tuned and find out. NJAC basketball is on the air. Here's Fahi. Bounce passes towards the outside. Fahi again driving in. Wide open space on the outside. Takes the shot. And it bounced off the front of the rim, taken away by Benaventine.
Nice work by Fatih. A couple different times she had that open corner 3 off the baseline drive. Neither time was it able to go down, and Montclair State gets a stop on their first possession.
Here's Benaventine. Try to get it to Vero, but Spear got a hand on it. Redhawks recover. Out to a wide open Strolla. Back to Vero going around the horn. It's going to be waved off, and it looks like Vero took a step.
Yeah, just wasn't able to control that pivot foot as she stepped into a 3. Interesting to see her coming out firing. Obviously, senior day, her family's all here. Not somebody who's expected to take a lot of 3s, but she opens it up, stretching it out.
Here's Strollo off the steal from Craigwell. Benaventine now at the top of the arc. Goes over to Vero with 2 women on her. Can't get it to go.
We've seen them run that pick and roll between Benaventine and Vero several times throughout the last couple of games. It's something that they have found has worked.
Spear on Craigwell with the hook shot, and it can't go.
First look for Spear, and she actually had that one-on-one down low. That's a good sign for her throughout the rest of the day. Just couldn't get it to fall.
Marcotte over to Craigwell. Football pass over to Strollo from Curry range, and she can't connect. Back the other way comes Robinson. Pace is picking up as it's over to Spear. Whistle called, and it's going to be an off-ball foul.
Yeah, I think Craigwell going to get whistled for her first and the game's first. Just a little too physical down low. She was working with Chichi Wakocha.
Monta Hayes is going to check in for Craigwell as the Ospreys inbound. Fatih passes it in. Stockton with 11 seconds to work on the shot clock. Good screen on the outside, wide open in the corner. Shot from deep, and Fatih cannot connect.
Loving the defense right now that the Redhawks are showing early on in this game. We mentioned it. They held Stockton to 30% from the field and just 17 made shots back in January, and so far that's holding up to standard here in game 2.
Here's the senior Monta Hayes to another senior Olivia Vero. Vero with 2 women on her. Fatih knocks the ball loose. She crosses midcourt looking for options. Bounce pass to Robinson. Whistle called, and it's going to go against the Ospreys. Perhaps another travel there.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the call was. Looks like it's going to go against Wakocha. So just as she picked up the off-ball foul a couple of possessions ago, she drew one. And as they say, what goes around comes around.
Here's Madison Marcotte. Started every game in the calendar year 2025. Beneventine from outside the arc, unleashes from 3, doesn't connect, but Vero rushes for it and retrieves it. 20 seconds left on the shot clock. Lob over to Beneventine, and she's able to break open the scoring here with 7 minutes left in the first quarter, and immediately a volleyball spike away, throws it out of bounds, and she is making her impact felt early.
Beneventine has brought the juice here early. We saw her take the 3 and wasn't able to go down, and a nice find from Vero with Beneventine cutting after the long rebound, able to lay it up and then getting some active hands defensively.
Robinson moving quickly. She has 2 women on her. Lob towards the inside, retrieved now by Stockton. Spear driving in on Vero. Bounce pass, and the game is tied.
Well, you just see that attention that is brought when Spear has the ball. She had 3 different defenders paying attention to her. They forgot about Evangelina Kim, who just snuck through back door for the layup.
Long distance over towards Strollo. Sends it back to Marcotte. Marcotte at the top with 1 woman on her is going to give it to Monta Hayes. They go around the horn. Driving in Beneventine again to the corner to Marcotte. Wide open is Beneventine. Nylon! 5 points for her on the day.
She has clearly found a stroke of confidence from 3 the last few games, using it more and more.
And now Spear on the Eurostep is going to get called with a charge. The bench absolutely loving it as Marcotte gets set to inbound.
Yeah, the energy through the roof here early for Montclair State. Monta Hayes putting the body on the line, taking a big charge as Spear came barreling down the lane.
Beneventine crosses half court. Bounce pass to Strollo. Back up top to Marcotte. Swings it around to Monta Hayes. Vero on the foul line. Going to give it back to Beneventine, and she unleashed again. That one just a little bit wide left. Osprey ball. Here's Winant. It's inbound over towards Spear. Spear keeps it in towards Fatih. She drives in with 2 women on her, and it's just a little too high, recovered by the Redhawks. On the other end, Marcotte, a bounce pass. Vero retrieves the ball. Now she goes to the ground hard. No whistle called. We play on. Fatih, lob to the other side, and Olivia Vero is slow to get up on the other end of the floor.
Yeah, a lot of contact. Seems as though she's going to be all right. Good sign there. she's done a fantastic job working on the glass early on today, especially those long rebounds. She's had a couple different instances where she's had to chase and come away with the rebound. That time she just hit the floor there, but Vero really embodying the Montclair State and the way that they rebound. They just put so much on the rebounding. They know that that's a key to winning a game pretty much every time out. They put a ton of emphasis on it. As you see here, big three, Sophie Benaventine, who said that she has found kind of her strength from deep. She's found more and more confidence. She's figured out her hot zones, trying either side of the wing. Couldn't get it done from the right side, but connecting with the three early on in this one. It's a good sign for her for the rest of the game.
Devin Jefferson, the head coach for the Ospreys, called her first timeout of the game. We now break the huddle and we get set to go back into action. Montclair State inbounds. Montclair State on a 10-game winning streak, looking to keep that alive on a Saturday afternoon in Panzer. Bounce pass deep. Over to Monta Hayes, and she gets on the board. It's 7-2 Montclair.
And that ball is just always on a string from Montclair State. Nobody's ever holding on to the basketball for too long. Benaventine gets it, immediately finds an open cutter in Monta Hayes, and she finishes the job underneath.
Fatih swings it outside. Gets the ball again. She's got Marcotte on her. Pass off to Spear. Down low. Can't get it to go under the basket. And Stockton continues to maintain possession. Spear again just went loop-to-loop all around that defense, and she got the hook to go in.
Right now is going to be the crucial moment for Stockton to try to get some momentum in this game.
As Vero gets back on the board.
With Craigwell off the floor, as I was saying, great finish from Vero. While Craigwell's off the floor, Stockton needs to attack the paint. They're going to have the size advantage. They have a couple different tall players on the floor. We'll see if they can get some more done like they just did right there with Spear.
Spear again, this time from the foul line, gets it from the charity stripe.
Wow, and we're seeing her stretch it outside of the paint as well. She's demanding respect from the mid-range. That is so huge to get that jump shot going early, especially when you can kind of show your dominance underneath the basket.
Monta Hayes loses possession, and the ball will go out of bounds. Now coming into the game for Montclair State, it is the junior guard, Shannon Hughes. And CJ, this player is dangerous.
Yeah, Shannon Hughes, 13 points per game over her last 2 games. This is somebody who's an absolute sniper. 61% of her shot attempts are threes, so expect her to get hit with the basketball out on the three-point line and expect her to pull the trigger when she gets it.
Robinson into Lakato. Hughes playing tough defense. Lakato gets it away. Fatih wide open, but here comes Craigwell. Spear was a 2-on-1, and that's great team basketball.
Yeah, they were able to beat the press right there. That's just sometimes it's going to happen. Stockton going to need to do that a bunch today, get some fast baskets. They haven't been able to find success in the half-court offense.
Loose ball recovered by Hughes. Here comes Craigwell in the Europe, swatted away by Spear. And she is playing as advertised. On the other end, Lakato swings it to the outside. Driving in, a hook. Layup can't go, recovered by Montclair State. Benaventine coming on the other end. Here's Hughes for 3, and it's off. Taken away now by Lakato.
Seeing some fast basketball right now, Ryan. Both of these teams pushing the pace, trying to get buckets out in the fast break.
Absolutely. As Fatih gets the left-handed lay to put them in the lead, 10-9 Ospreys. Benaventine, this time from mid-range, is going to be off the side iron, taken away by the Ospreys. And CJ, how do you feel about how Montclair has been using their possessions? They've been going a little fast, it seems.
Yeah, it seems as though things were working better when they were slowing down, getting to that pick and roll with Benaventine and Vero. These last few possessions, they have gone cold when they're forcing jump shots from beyond.
Spear from way outside is going to be off the front iron. Hughes was going to be credited with the rebound. On the other end is Strollo. Craigwell can't get it. Had the right-handed leg. Good defense being played by Joy Lakato.
That time the passing was a little bit better, and they got the look that they wanted with Craigwell. She just wasn't able to capitalize.
On the other end, Fatih. He's going to have a nice little dribble move there before getting the left-handed leg. 4-point lead now for Stockton. Benaventine on the other end is going to bounce past DeVero. She's outside the arc. And then Spear comes in. I believe the foul's going to go against her. Strollo's going to help her up. That is going to be the the second foul against her. She cannot be in foul trouble throughout this game. Stockton's defense relies heavily on Grace Spear.
Yeah, that's a frustrating foul right there. Not one you want to pick up. It's not, Vero's stationary out beyond the three-point arc, and you pick up a foul. It's a tough one there for Spear to pick up. You mentioned it. They really need her throughout the rest of the game. She's been all over the place early on in this one, so going to have to keep her hands clean here through the rest of the first half and beyond.
Chichi Wakocha is going to come in for Spear. 10 left on the shot clock. Strollo, top of the key, finds Hughes on the outside. She thought about it, gives it Marcotte instead. Short time, Vero! A desperation shot, can't go in. Tipped outside, possession being fought over, and it looks like it is going to be... Is it Red Hawk basketball or is it Osprey basketball? It was close, both teams pointing for it, but I believe it's going to be white ball.
First of all, nice job from Vero to know how much time is on the shot clock. She gets it quickly, turns and fires up a jumper, and is able to just get it off the rim, which was the most important thing. And then great hustle from Isabella Orlando to chase it down and earn possession.
Vero off the inbound, can't get it to go for Stockton. It's going to be Brooklyn Graham coming in, getting her first minutes of the day. Only a minute left here in the first. Stockton is going to walk. It's Lauren Winnad who's going to get tagged with the travel violation there. Montclair State's going to have a minute to work with here to close out the first. Here's Marcotte. Bounce pass to Vero. Swung over to Strollo. Strollo driving in, has a woman on her. Crossover, try to find Marcotte on the outside. Miscommunication. It's going to be Osprey basketball.
Yeah, as this first quarter winds down, we're in the midst of a huge drought right now. 3 minutes and counting for Montclair State without a basket. They are just out of sorts right now.
And it's going to be Lacato with the violation on the inbound. And I believe Montclair State is now going to have the chance to inbound this basketball. It's going to be Madison Marcotte. Beneventine towards the outside to Orlando. Hughes, top of the key, unleashes, and she can't get it to go. The score remains the same. Here's Joy Lacato, has Marcotte on her at midcourt. Swung to the outside over to Graham. Stockton goes around the arc, looking for options. Under the basket. Dribble move on Hughes, and it can't get it to go. Shot clock turned off, 10 seconds left. Beneventine has to work fast. Crossover to the left. Here's Hughes for three! Shannon Hughes ties up the game. And that is how we will close out the first quarter of action. We are all knotted up at 12. And after an electrifying three-pointer from Shannon Hughes.
Yeah, that's a big feel-good moment right there to end the first quarter. Montclair State didn't have their best offensive session that we've seen from them. They are really still looking to get going into this one, but Shannon Hughes, how about a way to end the quarter right there? She's got a woman in her face, knocking it down.
Absolutely poised, no pressure felt whatsoever, and that is what you need in terms of a spot shooter. Cool, calm, collective, and today it seems like Shannon Hughes is the full package.
Yeah, that was big right there. We saw her firing as soon as she came into the game from three, missed a couple, and that was a big one right there, but Montclair State as a whole really needs to get it going. I think they've been fine defensively. Maybe they've given up some fast buckets with defensively, but that's just going to happen when you're committing to that full court press. Those are things that are going to happen. You're going to give up fast baskets. I'm more concerned with the offense right now. A almost 4 minute drought. That's not something that you really want. And before that, they had missed their last 7 shots before the Hughes make.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it is Stockton doing what they have to stay in step with the Red Hawks. They need a win desperately now, as the whole conference is in action today, this Saturday afternoon. I'm sure that a lot of Osprey fans at home in Galloway are going to be scoreboard watching NJCU and Kane. Beneventine now. back underway here in the second quarter. Here's Craigwell, spin move, nearly getting the lay. Taken away now by the Ospreys.
Craigwell still scoreless. Only played 4 minutes there in that first quarter. Obviously still giving her a little bit of a minutes restriction coming off the injury that she suffered about a week and a half ago.
Here's Kim. Back to the other end. 13 seconds left. A floater and a make for Brooklyn Graham. Wow. Craigwell's going to move quickly. A lot of contact, and Craigwell is going to be tagged with the travel.
A travel, I like to call from the official right there, especially when there's big contact. Sometimes you miss that, but Craigwell did shuffle the feet a little too much as she tried to maneuver her way inside. It's a tough call right there as she still continues to find her rhythm here early on in this game.
Yeah, this New Jersey Athletic Conference officiating crew has been on point up to this moment in the game. Stockton on the move. Roll to the outside for Winnett. It's going to be bounced passed out to Fati. 10 seconds on the shot clock to work with. Pressure on her. Isabella Orlando is on the way, but that's going to be no problem for Fati. She gets the bucket. Meanwhile, on the other end, here's Strollo. Has woman on her. It's going to give it to Beneventine to reset. Driving in, 2 women on her. Whistle called. And I believe that one is going to go against the Ospreys.
The effort from Fati early on in this game has really helped out Stockton. It's given them a boost. She's had 3 different physical drives to the basket where she's finished tough layups. Really great work for her early on in this one. Nice response, though, as Beneventine down the other way. And Montclair State going to be shooting their first free throws of the afternoon.
And you can see the foul there on our replay. Beneventine comes to the line. Honored earlier here today in our senior day ceremony. She's been such a critical piece of this team, this Red Hawk revival that we've been experiencing. That first shot is up, and it is in and out.
Beneventine, especially the last few games, just had such a big impact, averaging 7, 8, and 7, as well as about 2.5 steals over the last 3 games. So
Sophie Beneventine will go 0 for 2. And that 4-point advantage by the Ospreys will be maintained. Rolled outside over to Wakacha. Towards the corner, 13 seconds left on the shot clock. As Graham try to pass, it's going to be a kickball. And the Ospreys with a chance to reset here.
Stockton still without a 3-point make early on in this game. I'd like to see Montclair put a little more physicality down low and make Stockton take those long-distance shots.
Rejected by Craigwell. And she's been doing that all season, CJ.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Alyssa Craigwell, she's somebody who has been so dominant in the paint all season long, and it's really been huge for Montclair State as a team defensively as well.
Here's Wakocha on the other end. 3 ball, and it's not good from Brooklyn Graham. Montclair gets the rebound and is going the other way. Beneventine, plenty of room to work with from the elbow. He's going to look outside instead. Over to Vero. She can't corral the ball. Stockton with a quick turnover. Fati with pressure. Spin move, layup, bucket.
Whoa.
It is as easy as that for her. As Beneventine with the football pass, a laser over to Vero. Vero with pressure. Can't connect, the ball swatted, and a foul will be called. And we have to go back to that absolutely electric play on the other end. Fati making it look easy.
Emin Fati with some English. That time off the backboard. I mean, time and time again where she drives into it. Doesn't matter how many defenders she's got on her. Just throwing it up, and it's dropping.
Monta Hayes checks in for Amanda Castro. Stockton also making several substitutions. Spear is going to come off. She had 2 first-quarter fouls. And they're going to be looking to keep her in the game, a critical piece. As Vero's first is up and no good. Montclair suffering from the charity stripe early on, CJ.
Yeah, 0 for 3, and those missed points can come back to burn you. And what they're doing is really leaving Stockton in this game and opportunities where they can try to put it away. And as longer that you keep Stockton in this game, I mean, look, they're up 6 points right now. We're getting closer and closer to the half here. The longer that they're in it, the more momentum that they're going to have for the rest of this game. So Montclair State, early upset watch. They're going to have to pull it together, and that starts from the free throw line.
Inbound now from Montclair State. Plenty of time work with Rivero, and she cannot convert on the layup. She had plenty of pressure on her, though. Fatih goes the other way. From the elbow, and it's in and out. Beneventine moves quickly, finds Mata Hayes. Mata Hayes can't find it, and now Craigwell fights for it. That play blown up by the officials. Zamin Fateh was fighting for it, as was Lauren Winnat. Winnat's going to inbound. And again, Stockton, with 7 minutes left here in the second, doing what they have to in an attempt to topple this 10-game win streak for Montclair State and keep their postseason hopes alive. On the other end, rejected again by Craigwell. Here's Beneventine, over to Vero, back to Sophie, around to Strollo, and she's the three! Alexis Strollo gets on the board in style, a three-pointer to bring it to 18-15.
And that's a way to turn the tides, Ryan. Defense to offense. When you're not doing so well offensively, it starts with defense. Alyssa Craigwell, mean rejection. Pushing it the other way, Beneventine kicks it off. Vero, Beneventine swing, one more, Strollo. Ka-ching.
Woo! Absolute money for Alexis Strollo. And that makes the game 18-15. Montclair State now in striking distance of the Ospreys after a little bit of a lackadaisical kind of first period, kind of into the second as well. Now, the Redhawks finding their groove at home.
That's a big-time wake-up right there. Just what the doctor were. I mean, it's their first points here in the second quarter. We've talked about their struggles today. But like I said, you start it with defense, you put a little bit more focus defensively, and you earn some momentum for yourself that you hopefully can carry on to the offensive end.
Back underway here. 6:38 left in the half. Montclair State trails. Winnett over to Fatih, has Mata Hayes on her. A lob towards the other end. Graham, another lob, nearly a steal for Mata Hayes. Fatih with 4, off the right hand, in and out.
The Redhawks impenetrable that time on that possession coming out of the timeout.
Great defense from the other end on Montclair State, but now Craigwell, fresh cookies for her. It's just that easy. She just glided right under the net and got the easy lay.
Yeah, her first basket of the day. That's got to feel good right there. She's been doing good work down in the paint underneath the basket on defense. Now finally starting to see that translate into some buckets.
Fatih slips it outside towards Kim. Kim goes around town over to Jeffries. Jeffries with 2 women on her. That might have been swatted by Vera, but now she gets tagged and goes to the ground. As it looks like Vero is thankfully able to get up. No harm for her as she continues to play her game. It's physicality. That is the name for her. She is an absolute dominant force out there, and she makes it known on both ends of the floor. Here's Beneventine. Over to Mata Hayes. Mata Hayes is going to get tagged with the whistle. And it looks like it was a foul. It's going to go against Fatih. It's going to be an inbound now for MSU. 21 seconds left on the shot clock. Plenty of time to set up a play, CJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a big opportunity to take the lead right here. It's a possession you're going to want to execute on and try to convert and get that lead.
Strollo thought about it 3 for a second, but she's just going to go win and one for Alexis Strollo. Wow. And Montclair State takes a 1-point advantage, and they might be able to make it 2. Strollo goes to the line.
you're not going to see many more physical players than Alexis Strolla when she's driving to the basket. See her little pump fake. She demands the respect by making the three earlier. Then she drives in through the contact, +1, and Montclair State has the lead.
And as Spear takes another seat, it looks like she was caught flat-footed on that occasion. She goes to the bench. It's going to be Spear's third foul of the day, 3 fouls in the first. It is not good news if you're a Stockton Ospreys fan. The +1 was no good. Winnett, back to the outside, Jeffries. Driving in is Graham. Graham with another teardrop, and the Ospreys are trading the lead again. Strollo, again, and it is just a little bit off. Jeffries credited with the rebound. Jeffries with a season-high 9 points in the last game against NJCU. Thought about a three-pointer. Was going to give it to Graham instead. Graham takes her time. As it's going to be Fati surveying the arc. Graham with 10 seconds to work with on the shot clock. Lob inside, Winnett on Vero, and she makes the big-time play, extending the Osprey advantage. On the other end to Vero, a quick heist for her, and she just brings the Redhawks to 1. Olivia Vero continuing to power through on her senior day. Here's Fati. Benvention on her. Bounce pass to Graham. Off the screen, driving in on Montehays. From mid-range, drives in, and it's going to be swatted away by Montehays. Vero over to Beneventine. Again, three-point taken, and it's going to be waved off. Montehays walked.
You see the swat here, Brianna Montehays, Brooklyn Graham, she tries to isolate that side. No Vero, no Craigwell, no problem. Montehays, a little bit of interior presence for herself. Gets called for the travel on the other side, but really nice work from the senior.
Great shift for her as she takes a seat. They were trying to get Isabella Orlando into the game at the last second, but they ran out of time there on the period as we're back underway. 13 seconds left on the shot clock. Winnett. He's going to pass to the outside. Fati for 3, and it's no good. Montclair State looking to get points on the board once again. They're down by 1. Beneventine swung outside. Craigwell from 3. Off the glass. Beneventine's going to catch and shoot, and it's off the glass again. Good fight put up by the Ospreys. As Joy Licato goes on the other end. Marcotte on her. Roll to the outside. Fati from the outside. Jeffries can't get the three-pointer to connect. Taken away by Beneventine. Both teams fighting hard here as Vero's down low. Give, go, catch, shoot for Olivia Vero, and the Redhawks have the lead once more.
Without Wakacha or Spear on the floor, Montclair can take advantage of that all day long. They just continue to feed Vero inside, and she continues to feast here on her senior day.
Licato at the point when we gives it over to Fati. Back over now towards Kim. Kim swings it to the outside. 9 seconds left on the shot clock. Fati on Craigwell. A foul is going to get called. And this one, perhaps, against the Redhawks. Subs coming in now for the Redhawks. Here comes Montehays back into this one, as is Isabella Orlando. Beneventine will come off on the replay. You can see a little bit of a swan on the arm there. Stockton, 20 seconds to inbound. Here's Licato. Has Orlando on her. Swung to the outside. 13 seconds left on the shot clock. A 3-ball taken, and it's no good for the Ospreys. Under 2 minutes to go here. Montclair with the slimmest possible of advantages as they work on the other end. Here's Orlando. Back to Marcotte. Calling for the screen. Can't find it. Goes to Vero instead. Vero with the laser. Montehays cannot finish. Fati, 2 women on her. She goes coast to coast. It's off the glass, taken by Lakato. A scramble for the ball. Jeffries is going to win it. Jeffries with a spin. A foul called, and it is going to be a whistle against Montclair State. Jeffries goes to the line.
Wow, what a move. Danielle Jeffries spinning her way inside, gets around Montahez, who tried to take the charge for the second time here this afternoon. That time going the opposite way for the call. It'll be a big and one, and Stockton has catapulted themselves back in front.
Danielle Jeffries out of Williamstown High School is going to connect on that to bring the Ospreys up by 1. She's averaged 3.3 points this season. It's making her impact felt. 1:18 left for Madison Marcotte. 20 left on the shot clock. Has a woman on her. Over to Strollo. Strollo dribbling in, finds the open woman. Marcotte, lob, Vero, catch and shoot, and that is what she does so well. Another bucket for Olivia Vero, and this one is tied. Moving quicker to the Ospreys, a floater and a bucket. This time is Brianna Robinson.
And both of these teams going quick off the inbounds, pushing it down the floor and getting early layups.
Ospreys with a 2-point advantage. MSU looking to tie things up or perhaps take the lead. Montahez thought about the 3. She drives in instead. Now here comes the 3. Orlando Magic! A 3-pointer to take the lead.
Big time 3, Isabella Orlando. 4 straight games with a made 3 off the bench for her. Has found more and more of that playing time as the season's gone on, and such a big moment for her. She knocks it down in a big time moment.
Little to no difference, shot clock to game clock now. Fati on Vero, 8 seconds left. Pass intercepted, broken up. And it's gonna be MSU ball, thanks to the exploits of Isabella Orlando.
Orlando offense to defense. First the made 3 ball, then fighting for that loose ball. She's knocked to the floor and draws that foul. Look at it, getting physical, and you see the tug on the jersey. Easy call for the official, and Montclair State with 6 seconds to work with now here in the first half.
Beneventine will check in as we go to the other end. Here comes Isabella Orlando on the line. That 3-point was her first bucket of the day, and boy, was it a big one. 6.1 seconds. First shot is up. Swish.
That's so huge, too, with Montclair State being put into the bonus. That loose ball foul, and now instead of the clock most likely draining down, you're giving up potentially 2 free points if you're Stockton.
And she makes good. 5 points in the day for her. 3 from the field, 2 from the stripe. 5 seconds left. Pass broken up at midcourt. 2 seconds left. Benedictine from half court. Off the front iron. And that will do it for our first half of action. Electrifying. 2 teams with a lot to fight for. But Montclair State is going to keep their 3-point advantage into the second half. And look at this. Just off for the graduate transfer.
Yeah, on target right there from Beneventine, just a little bit short from what would have been an exclamation point to end the half. But yeah, such an interesting first half there between these 2 teams. Stockton came out hungry. They came out and they made a statement there in that first quarter, and for a lot of that second quarter as well, as they continue to fight, only trail by 3. It's the first time in a while that we're seeing Montclair State kind of face some adversity and trailing in a game for an extended period of time. So definitely interesting to see how things work out in the second half. The Ospreys still in it. Maybe that gives them a little more motivation and a little more hunger going into the second half. But for now, Montclair State has jumped into the lead, and that is massive headed into the intermission, Ryan.
And as we see the Montclair State University dance team take the floor, we're going to take a little bit of a halftime break here. 3-point game here. Don't go anywhere. Montclair State basketball is on the air. And we are back for the second half of action here in our doubleheader against Stockton University. The women's basketball team is up 30-27. It's a slim advantage here at the Panzer Athletic Center, but CJ Staniak, what a first half of action. The second half, sure to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, we got to give some credit to what went on at halftime. I mean, a fabulous show. We got some new basketball recruits here on visits here at Montclair State, and they took the court, and it was a lot of fun. From Little Silver, New Jersey, taking the court. You see a steal right there. Nice little turnover forced right there. How about 23 driving inside? Does that remind you of somebody? Number 23.
Exactly.
Much reminiscent of MJ, of LeBron. It's the passing of the torch to the next generation. But yeah, you're right, Ryan. I mean, what a first half it was. It was kind of interesting to see how it went because at first things were a little bit interesting. Stockton jumped out to an early lead, kind of carried it on into the second quarter there. Montclair struggled a little bit offensively, and now we're going to see if they can kind of get it going in the second half. You see Benaventine at the gate knocking down a three, but that wasn't the full story. You see a big block, Grace Spear right there. She was dominant when she was on the floor, but did have 3 fouls. Eventually, Montclair State found their rhythm. There's Shannon Hughes at the end of the first quarter. There's Strollo out a little pump fake drive, and 1. So the Redhawks now, as we continue on toward the second half, a 3-point advantage. They're going to need to capitalize and get out to an early lead here in half number 2. The longer that they leave the Ospreys in it, the more dangerous this thing is going to be down at the stretch.
And let's remind the fans at home what these two teams are fighting for. Montclair State looking to win the conference outright. 4 games left in the season. It is going to be a fight to the finish. They're knotted with TCNJ. And on the other end, Stockton is simply fighting to keep their season alive. They need to pull off the upset here in Montclair State to continue on their drive to potentially making the postseason. They're on the outside looking in.
Yeah, Kane right now leading 28-23 over Rutgers Camden. That is the team tied with Stockton. And you look on the other side of things, and today it was TCNJ with a 41-point win over Rutgers Newark. So Montclair State, if they want to hang on to that 1 seed, they have some work to do here in half number 2. They're going to come out. They're going to need to come out firing to end up with a victory today and to keep that home court advantage in line.
The time for talk is over. Back to basketball here. Second half underway. Montclair State will start off with the ball. Marcotte over to Strollo. Benaventine is going to find Vero down low, and the Olivia Vero section is going to go absolutely crazy. A bucket for her right off the bat.
Well, they don't show any signs of going to something different coming out in half number 2. It's Benaventine. She's looking for Vero from the second she crosses half court, and Vero finishes the job with the layup. No Spear on the court right now, Ryan.
Fati down low. Bounce past the outside. They try to get it, and the ball's going to be going the other way.
That's a big-time turnover right there. The Montclair State forces the whine-it pass just a little bit telegraphed. You can tell, read her eyes, and Benaventine able to swoop it in, knock it off an Osprey, and it's going to belong to the Redhawks.
Redhawk ball now. Over to Strollo. Outside the 3-point arc. Craigwell drives in. Two-handed toss. Nearly another 3-pointer, but that one's going to be off the side iron. Taken away now by the Redhawks. A little bit of a fight for the ball. Marcotte says it was off an Osprey, but Winnett is going to be inbounding now for Stockton.
Look at the defense. Madison Marcotte, somebody that Coach Harvey praised. You saw the pregame package where she talked about how excellent of a defender the Marcotte is, a freshman guard in the starting lineup, and you see her intense with the defensive pressure early in the second half.
Pass broken up. Montclair playing tenacious defense with only 10 left on the shot clock. Marcotte, wide open shot for Fati, and it's going to be off the iron, taken away by the Redhawks. Good defense played there. Benaventine, Craigwell with the screen towards the corner to Strollo. Plenty of time to work with as they find Craigwell, and she gets in there like a lightning bolt, lightning fast. The quickness.
That's
not
a great
to be messed
sign.
with.
That's a great sign right there. Alyssa Craigwell not wasting any time here in the second half. It took a little bit of time for her to find her footing there in the early frames of this one.
And now the rejection by Vero is going to be called for a foul instead. Lots of contact between her and Fati, and she'll go to the line.
Yeah, Fati fearless as she attacks the basket throughout the entire afternoon. She has accepted and welcomed the physicality, getting to the basket there, facing a little bit of punishment from Olivia Vero, just a little bit too much contact with the body, and that'll send her to the line.
Here's Fati's first. Nothing but net for her. Now bring the game to 34-28. Gearing up for the second. And she'll go perfect from the line. Redhawks break midcourt. They're looking to move quickly. Strollo back outside of Beneventine. Down low to Vero, and she gets it to go again. She is tearing it up.
No Wakacha and no Gray Spear right now on the floor for the Ospreys. They have to know that this is coming.
And now a walk. It's going to be called against Joy Lakato at midcourt. She wanted a foul there, but the Redhawks are going to take over. And now the Redhawks just seem to be rolling right now when it counts.
Yeah, they are coming out in the second half, and they are showing their dominance in the paint. They're working hard defensively.
Craigwell couldn't connect.
But that's a look that they're going to take all day long. Even though Craigwell not able to convert, they're going to like that layup pretty much every single time.
Lakato from the stripe. Nylon. Perfect for her.
Good job to get to her mark and knock it down. Pretty much every defender drops off Lakato. She takes advantage, takes one step inside the arc, knocks down the mid-range.
Vero with pressure is going to swing it outside. Marcotte back to Beneventine. Wide open. Bang! What a shot for her. 8-point lead now for the Redhawks. Graham, floater, no good. Rebound, taken, shot made for the Ospreys. And they respond. It's Wakacha with the bucket. 6-point advantage now for Montclair State. Craigwell, woman on her, no big problem at all. And the Redhawks just seem to be on a roll. Fatih. Needing to respond, the ball stolen by Marcotte. Nobody home. Up to the basket. Layup no good. Taken by Beneventine, and she makes good on the bucket. 10-point advantage just like that. It was blink and you miss it. The tone has been set for Montclair State. What an advantage they've had so far today in the early part of this third quarter. Stockton with the ball, Vero on defense, and a foul is going to be called. Vero again on the ground. It was Chichi Wakacha.
And they're going to get her with a charge, actually.
They tagged Chichi Wakacha with the charge, and two of their better players are both in foul trouble now. Grace Spear comes on for the Ospreys.
Ryan, the Redhawks have come out here in half number 2, and they are burying the Ospreys. They're working harder. They're generating turnovers, offensive rebounds. They're working underneath the basket offensively. Everything going right for Montclair State right now.
Vero over to Hughes. She just checked into the game. Marcotte is going to walk.
These are good looks for Montclair State, though. Even with the travel right there, Marcotte was open out on the wing, and right now what Montclair is doing, they are stacking Vero and Craigwell to the same side of their offensive set. That brings all the attention over.
Wide open is Fatih. Craigwell tried to respond there, but it was too little too late. Layup for Stockton.
Nice work there from Fatih, but Montclair State getting Vero and Craigwell to the same side, that just completely opens up the other side of the floor for an open person on the wing every time. You'll see it again there with Marcotte. Craigwell likes that shot. She draws the foul, and if they have that layup, they'll take it. If not, there's going to be somebody open for three, Ryan.
Yeah, and Craigwell is absolutely surrounded on that last play. It seems like Stockton is starting to get the message. They have to start doubling up on Alyssa Craigwell, but I have to say that just leaves open so many options because there are so many players on this team who can take advantage at any time. Vero and Hughes both out there can really just drain shots from anywhere. They are two massive threats. So, of course, you want to shut down the number 2 scorer in the NJAC, but again, this team, so deep, so many options.
Yeah,
it's a very hard decision to make.
They're selling out to stop Craigwell and Vero right now, and understandable to tip your cap and make somebody else beat you. I mean, they've just had a number of open layups throughout the afternoon. Vero, in particular, has been great at the rim. So I understand trying to make somebody else beat you, but when you have shooters out there, you mentioned Shannon Hughes, Alexis Strollo is going to find open looks as well. That's just a dangerous game to play.
Craigwell missed her second. And now the Ospreys on the roll. Here's Joy Licato. Back over to Winnett. Winnett is going to get it off the roll. Bounce pass back open. Stockton with 9 seconds left on the shot clock. Here's Spear on the spin. Whistle called. And I believe it will go against the Redhawks. And Beneventine is going to check in now for Craigwell.
That that foul, kind of bails out the possession there. Stockton couldn't do anything against this 3-2 zone that Montclair's working with right now.
When it inbounds it, Spear couldn't handle it, but she was able to set it over. Spear from the foul line. Takes a shot from the elbow, and it's no good. Here's Madison Marcotte. 44-35 advantage, 4:45 left in the third quarter of action. Here's Vero from the elbow. Can't get it to go. Now the ball's going to go out of bounds. Let's see where they call it. It's going to be Stockton Osprey ball. Here's Licato. 2 women on her. Roll back over to Graham. Back over to Spear. They go around the horn now to the other end to Fatih. Bounce past the middle to Winnett. 12 seconds left. Fatih from Curry range can't connect. Beneventine moving quickly with it. A roll over to Strollo. Now swung back to the center of the court. Here's Beneventine for 3, and it is off. Ball goes out of bounds. Stockton gets possession back.
Osprey is going to need to find some more high percentage shots right now. I know they can't really break that zone. They need to get the ball to the free throw line with Spear. I think that'll open things up. Those 3 balls just not falling. 0 for 10 today, Stockton from beyond. They're going to have to start taking some 2s and some layups.
Spear now on the other end. Driving in, off the corner, dribbles in and out. And Stockton looks like they're going to maintain possession. But again, the advantages that they have, there's so much good work that they've done in that first half seems to be slipping away. They have to dial in at this point, get some buckets on the board. Licato trying to find anywhere to inbound, but she's running out of time. Finally inbounds it now. Winnett has it, she holds. Over to Licato, Spear, 2 women on her. Back outside, Licato. Bounce pass to the other end, stolen by Marcotte. To the other end, wide open look, and she connects. Madison Marcotte with another steal, wide open for 2.
Marcotte, a quiet first half, but she's made her presence felt here in half number 2 defensively.
Winnett with pressure from Shannon Hughes. Big time pick set on the other end. 12 seconds to work with on the shot clock. Here's Fatih. On the other end is Graham. The shot might have been tipped. Foul is going to get called.
Yeah, Strollo going to get whistled there. A little too quickly out on the closeout to the 3-point line, and she's going to hit the bench here. It's going to send Stockton to the line for, I believe, what should be 3 shots.
And here's Brooklyn Graham. No points in the last 2 games as we're going to take a quick timeout. And man, CJ, talk about a momentum swing. It has been absolutely dominant for the Redhawks out of the locker room.
Yeah, I think any sort of nervousness that these Redhawk fans may have had headed into halftime, maybe the 10-game win streak coming to an end, you're going to come away with an upset loss. I think that's all kind of flowing right now out the door because Montclair State has come out here in the third quarter and they have played very well. You see Madison Marcotte, she's done that 2 different times here in the second half. That time she's able to continue her way to the basket and finish through with the layup. They've been so good defensively. They've thrown many different looks at Stockton. They've done a great job overall. Number 1, they found kind of that offensive rhythm here, and at the same time, they have stifled Stockton.
Now we go back to the line. Here's Graham for the shot. Up and off the glass. Brooklyn Graham averaging 2.6 points. No points in the last 2. Got in pretty bad foul trouble in the last game against Jersey City. But finally, he's going to get on the board. One more for her. Shot is up, and she brings the Ospreys to a 9-point deficit. Bounce pass to Hughes on the other end. Craigwell was calling for it, but they're going to Beneventine instead. Bounce pass taken away by Spear. They're going to go the other way. Swing outside. Graham on Hughes. Step back. Can't get the bucket, but Spear rises above the rest. 2 women on her. No whistle called on Vero. Taken away by Graham. A passionate possession there for Stockton as Graham connects. But on the other end, you got to be careful because there's Alyssa Craigwell with a layup, and that's all it takes. She slips out of view, and she's right under the basket for the easy 2. A classic Alyssa Craigwell play there.
Yeah, that just burns you right there if you're Stockton. You work so hard on the offensive glass, and then Craigwell just rim runs down the floor, gets it, and lays it in for an easy 2 with the response.
From the elbow. Muscles it in. Here's Beneventine. Over to Vero. It's going to be off the top of her hands. Osprey basketball.
I like the way that Stockton's come out of the timeout here, Ryan. They're playing a lot harder. As far as something interesting to note today, Stockton is out-rebounding Montclair State. MSU, one of the best rebounding teams, not only the conference, but one of the better teams in the country at the Division III level. And Stockton just out-rebounding them on the glass today. And those last couple of offensive rebounds, you saw that leading to buckets. Those are huge.
Yeah, Montclair State. The shot's taken from Graham, and it's airballed. Winnett rushed to recover it, but it's going to go out of bounds. And as we get Isabella Orlando checking back into this one for the Red Hawks, as we get Brianna Robinson back in, as Spear comes off. She's still dealing with 3 fouls in the first half. Hasn't fouled so far, so that's been good work for her this quarter. Vero to Marcotte. MSU with the #1 ranked offense and defense in the New Jersey Athletic Conference. And they're putting on a show here on Senior Day. It's going to be off the hands of Orlando and out of bounds. Red Hawks actually maintain possession. Orlando inbounds it to Marcotte. She'll break half court. Graham is going to be facing her. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Over to Orlando. Vero gets another bucket. That's going to be her 14th point of the day. Absolutely dominating in the post. On the other end is Stockton. Winnett with Hughes on her. Rolled to the outside. Robinson. A lob to the other end to Winnett. Takes it in. A clear, I believe, kick ball.
Somehow she stayed with the basketball.
Yeah, she stood with it, exactly.
Yeah, you mentioned Olivia Vero. What a day that she is having. 14 points right now, getting to the basket at will. What a feat it was as well from Orlando on the last possession. The shot clock winding down. She feeds it Vero. Nice body control. She's able to get that open angle where she catches it and lays it up quite easily.
Kim tried to get it to Likedo, but they ultimately did not connect. Red Hawk basketball, 39.5 left. 9-point advantage for the Red Hawks. Strollo. Back to Beneventine. Taking her time as she bounces it over to Strollo. Strollo swings it back. Beneventine on the cross. Wide open is Hughes. She unleashes. Bang! What a shot! Shannon Hughes for 3. Stockton looking to respond. 10 seconds left. Kim to Likedo. On the other end. Graham with women on her. Shot up and connects. Last second bucket there for Stockton is going to close out the third, but Montclair State up 10, 53-43. They are 10 minutes away from potentially keeping that win streak alive, but there's a lot of basketball to go, CJ.
Yeah, very interesting third quarter because Montclair State came out and played some terrific basketball. there in the third quarter. It was just really good work from them right away. As we look here, you see it's Strollo swinging up top. Marcotte, one more, and Benaventine getting the party started. 3-ball from her. That was a great way to come out. And then on the other end, Marcotte misses the layup, but it's Benaventine. She's all over the place. An offensive rebound and the easy lay. Then Marcotte gets another steal, another chance for a layup. This time, she does not miss. The big layup right there. As Montclair State continues to lead. How about the big-time pass, Benaventine? The Super Bowl's tomorrow. She's in the spirit as Craigwell finishes the layup, and then Shannon Hughes knocking down the 3 to end the third quarter. Anytime Hughes on the floor, it's like a bomb waiting to go off, Ryan. She explodes and knocks it down. A big-time 3, and Montclair State leads by double digits.
Absolutely. They always seem to forget about Shannon Hughes. Never, ever forget about Shannon Hughes. She can hit from any part outside of that three-pointer. As we get a look, perhaps the next generation of Red Hawks there supporting on. We saw him play at halftime from Little Silver, New Jersey. You always love when you see, again, the next generation of Hoopers coming to support the current generation. And they are witnessing very good basketball.
Yeah, Montclair State, that's a textbook half from them right there. Textbook quarter, I should say. Great work offensively, and then you do your thing defensively, and that leads to even more buckets. So that's just the way that we have been accustomed to seeing them over the last 10 games. First half was a little bit shaky, didn't play that type of basketball, but third quarter they really found their footing.
And Benaventine goes to the ground. It was like a rugby scrum there as they both wrestle for the ball.
Listen, like I said, she's in the spirit for the Super Bowl tomorrow night. First, we have a little bit of the football pass and then getting physical as well.
But this could be a super Saturday for Montclair State if they're able to close this one out. As Strollo tried to tiptoe the ball back in, but ultimately stepped just out of bounds. Ospreys take over. They need to make an impact now.
Yeah, the time is right now. And the good news is, as great as Montclair State played there in the third, Stockton did respond very nicely towards the end of the quarter specifically. They still, trail by 10, but a couple of baskets here, and you're right back in this thing. It's got to start in these first couple of minutes here in the fourth.
Stockton looking to keep their season alive. Over to Graham. Down low towards the outside. Lakato rips, and it's a 3. Wow! From the corner, absolutely sunk that one.
That is a huge way to come out in quarter number 4. You knock down a 3. It's their first made 3 of the game, Ryan. Now 1 for 12.
Rolled over to Strollo. Driving in. Went that on her. No problem at all.
Tough drive. Strollo just bounces off the defender, the right-handed lay, and she kisses it off the glass. Nice work. Strollo, the response.
Went working the arc. Over to Fatih. Driving in. Towards the other end. Corner 3 again. And it's off the iron. Whistle called late by the officials. It's going to be a personal push.
Yeah, Wakacha too physical there for the rebound. She had the smaller Strollo on her and just extended that arm. Textbook call. It's going to be whistled any day of the week.
And that might be it for Wakacha. I believe that might have been her fifth personal foul of the game. She was in foul trouble early.
Yeah, that was number 5 for Wakacha, so yet another big interior presence off the court due to fouls for Stockton. Credit to Montclair State. They've drawn those fouls on Spear and Wakacha all day long.
Here's Strollo, 2 women on her, a bounce pass, a cheeky bounce pass as it's over to Galissa Craigwell.
Wow, what a feed with the backhand, the bouncer. Right to Craigwell, and she lays it in. Nice work. Seemed like there was nothing there.
Those two have been feeding families today. As on the other end of Spear, a spin move, spin and in for Grace Spear.
Yeah, that's her first basket of the second half there, Grace Spear.
And it was a 3 attempt there for Hughes. Now a bit of a scrum for the ball. It goes out of bounds. Red Hawks
are going to
maintain possession.
That's a beautiful spin move right there from Grace Spear. And she found herself on the post on Vero and just spun the other way. I don't think Vero or anybody for the Red Hawks saw it coming. It's good to see her get back and flowing for if you're the Ospreys. You need her if you want to try to get back into this game.
Nobody home for Vero. Ball goes out of bounds.
I mean, she was a huge difference maker there, especially in the first quarter. And the fouls really took Spear off the court. Since then, we haven't seen much of her. And that big basket to kind of put them back into things and get it back down to single digits is huge. They're going to need to see more with Spear. She's going to have to, once again, stay out of foul trouble.
Mikado over towards the other end. Shot taken. Lafati can't get it. And Montclair State's back on the other end. Moving quickly is Strollo. It's up and in. That one won't count. And it looks like an Osprey is down.
Yeah, Strollo went hard toward the basket. I think she's going to get whistled for a carry as she drove in. And yeah, you're right. With an Osprey down, I think it's Winan. Just a physical play down low.
As we continue on here, it's been a pretty good fourth quarter so far, as thankfully she's able to walk off the court. As we get things cleaned up here, Montclair State with a 9-point advantage going into the stretch.
And I'm curious to see, the clock continues to wind here. Montclair is still pushing the pace on a lot of these possessions. Beneventine is so great at working in transition and working downhill as a point guard, but sometimes you need to slow it down and worry about that clock. If that's getting you your buckets, then so be it, but they're also having success in the half-court sets.
Spear with a pretty good mid-range shot there. Brings the game to 7. Ospreys still sticking in this one. Beneventine from outside the arc. Over to Hughes. Nearly a steal from Spear. Back open, wide open. Orlando can't get it to connect as it's back over. Mikado. Quick. Catch and shoot. Doesn't go, but Spear puts up a prayer. That one's no good. No foul called. MSU looking to move quickly. Back over to Orlando. Orlando over to Hughes. Back to Beneventine. Orlando again. Nearly goes in, but again, it's going to go off. Other end. Graham. A bucket. 5-point game. Things are getting tense here inside the confines of the Panzer Athletic Center.
Montclair going to need a timeout here. Coach Harvey going to trust her players to go. This is a big-time possession.
Coach Harvey has plenty of timeouts to work with if that's the decision she chooses, but Hughes shoots instead, and it's off. Going the other end, Fatih swings it outside, back to Sphere, a 3, bang! Don't call that a post player, it is a 2-point game. Spear showing her prowess from deep. And just like that, Stockton has clawed and scratched her way back into this game. MSU needs a response. Beneventine. Fatianer. Hughes. Uncorks the 3! And wow, what a 3 from her. She's gonna take control here. 5-point advantage now. Diving for the ballers, several Ospreys and several Redhawks. Whistle blown. As we're sorting out a replay here, and look at the 3. Absolutely electrifying.
Yeah, huge shot there from Shannon Hughes. I was saying that the Redhawks need a timeout, but clearly Coach Harvey has the trust in her players. She liked the way that they were playing and the shots that they were earning. And Shannon Hughes, the possession before that, had a similar looking 3. It was off the mark. 2 for $1 goes down, and in a huge way, she puts Montclair up back by 2 possessions.
And the Stockton Ospreys are going to call timeout. And I have to give a huge shout out to the energy that is in this building. A lot of it coming from our very own MSU pep band. bringing the energy right now.
Oh man, it is a beautiful thing to hear in between timeouts, Ryan. It keeps things fresh. I love when they're in here. Last Saturday they were in here. It was the first time that I had remembered them being here throughout the season. It's a beautiful addition to Panzer Athletic Center.
Yeah, usually 2025, you know, as the new year rolls in on Saturday afternoons, the pep band takes their spot in the corner, and man, that's just what's special. That's just what's special about college basketball. Yep. You know, the environment, you know, the fans, the band, the dance teams. That's the kind of pageantry that we love to see in college hoops. Here's Hughes over to Beneventine. 4 minutes, 36 seconds to work with, but this game still wide open. Here's Craigwell, try to back down a woman, and the ball's gonna be lost. Graham is gonna slow it down. Finding options, finds Fatih. Lob to the other end, shot taken. Excuse me, yes, now the shot's taken by Robinson, but the whistle's called.
Yeah. Great pump fake there. Brianna Robinson frees herself by getting Craigwell in the air, drives past her, and that really takes out, especially when Vero wasn't on the floor, there's no real paint presence there, and the Redhawks, no choice but to foul Robinson.
Brianna Robinson with a chance to bring this game into a one possession game. Shot up off the front of the hoop. She now looks to make good on the second. Seen solid playing time today, only played 14 minutes last Wednesday against Jersey City. We've seen a solid amount of her today as she sinks the second.
And another important thing to note with Robinson is she did not play the first game against Montclair State. So this is the first look that they are getting at her this season. So definitely some moves like that. You see the pump fake. The Redhawks just don't really know what to expect.
Going the other way, only 4 minutes remain on the clock. Still anybody's ball game, 2-possession game. Beneventine over to Craigwell, pinpoint, and it's off. A whistle's gonna be called, and Alyssa Craigwell goes to the line.
Something that's so huge for Montclair State and just for any team that wants to win these close games, and a team that finds ways to win close games, is having a solid point guard. Sylvie Beneventine has just been so collected throughout the entirety of today's game, especially down in the stretch here. But when things haven't gone right, she has remained in control with the basketball, and as a result, Montclair State has just found good looks all day. That time she feeds inside, Craigwell able to draw the foul, just another huge play, and is able to potentially put them up by 6, in which she does.
And Craigwell goes up to 14 points on the day. 3 Redhawks on the floor right now with double digits. It's Beneventine, Vero, and Craigwell, all with over 10 points. Craigwell tried to get that, and it looks like Grace Spears gonna walk. A turnover, a critical turnover for the Redhawks. One thing I do want to bring up about Alyssa Craigwell is that we talk about it all the time, number 2 scorer in the NJAC right now, but how impressive is that, you know, when you're on a team with so many hoopers?
Yeah, unbelievable. The depth on this team as well, so it's not even like she's out there for 38 minutes a game. You know, this Redhawks team, they've been blowing people out, so, you know, a lot of times she's resting come the second half. Just been very impressive to see the way that she has adapted to the college life.
Oh, and a rejection by Spear. Put the volleyball net back up, and now Spear for 3. Oh, couldn't do it on the other end. Recovered though by Graham. Graham facing pressure for Beneventine. And the Stockton Ospreys are gonna come up with the possession.
Wow. Ryan, how about the swat from Grace Spear as Craigwell drove to the basket, comes up from behind and knocks it away.
Good Lord,
Oh
what a
goodness.
freaking rejection.
I mean, that's clean. That's as clean as it gets, Ryan. That is hand the ball.
Wow, that was incredible. On the other end now, Grace Spear. Shot off the glass. Beneventine. From the outside of the arc. Strollo. They're just trying to drain the clock now, but it's going to be broken up by Fatih. Going towards the other end. Craigwell hustles to try to get the advantage back. A whistle off the shot, and Stockton's going to be going to the line.
These defensive possessions are just more and more impressive from Stockton. As the game wears down, they continue to work so hard and earn stops for themselves, and that is really what has kept them in this game. Obviously, they've gotten buckets when they've needed to, but the defense has really been the tail of the tape today. As you see the big-time steal right there, it's Fatih, and drives in, gets it down. And it's going to send Stockton back to the line here out of the other side of this timeout, Ryan.
Yeah, Stockton still very much in this one with 2:48 left, but they only have 2 timeouts to work with, so they have to be quick, and they have to be accurate.
Yeah, with 2:20 on the clock here, obviously getting down to these crucial moments in the game where every possession starts to matter, and if this gets more than 2 possessions, you really have to start counting how many times and how many trips down the floor you have left if you're the Ospreys. So these 2 free throws right here are going to be massive for the way that the rest of this game is handled from both sides.
We break the huddle and we go to the line. 62-56 advantage for Montclair State. First shot up and off the glass. Only 2 points for her on the day. Looking to make a third. And that one is true. 62-57. Hawks hustling. Here's Beneventine. 2:13 left to go in this one. Over to Craigwell. She drives in. Reverse lay, and it's off. Taken away now by Stockton. Going the other end. Fatih hustling. Marcotte is on her. Looking for options. She's going to take it for herself. She's going in. She's tripped up, and they're going to call a push against Marcotte.
Wow. First of all, the offensive end from Montclair State. I think Craigwell thought she was going to be more contested than she was. Misses the layup. You see a hard fall right there from Fatih. Call going to be attributed to Marcotte. Montclair does have, I believe, still another foul to give after that foul there, so not really in any trouble with fouls, but you can tell the tide's just turning right now with every possession as Stockton creeps closer and closer.
Lucado with the inbound. Running out of time. And that's going to be a 5-second against the Ospreys. And those are the mistakes they cannot afford to make down the stretch.
Wow, that's huge right there. You still had 2 timeouts in your pocket right there as well, so if nothing's open, worst comes to worst, you can burn one of those 2 timeouts. Just a huge violation to pick up in that scenario.
Vero swings it back. 1:38 remaining. The Red Hawks can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but they're not there yet. Still a little bit more to work with. Vero is fouled.
There's no other option right there for the Ospreys. It's Vero again, shielding off the defender. And that kind of lob pass inside, that lead pass, gets her face up to the basket every time. Look at the feed from Craigwell. She's got the smaller Wynant on her. As long as she's able to control her body, and it's almost like a box out motion that Vero does. She is a master at that move. And Fatih has no choice but to come in for the help defense and foul her as she goes up for the lay.
Yeah, after the first one was good, they tried to just get under her, put 2 women on her, but it made little to no help there as she sinks both of them. And now Vero continues to dominate. She is up to 16 points, making that extended family very, very happy with 1:20 remaining. Here's Spear. She goes in, Euro, and it's good.
Oh, quick drive. Explosive was Spears. She got around Vero, and then the floater finishes the job.
Beneventine, minute to work with. Try to go to Vero again. Play broken up. Oh. Spear runs in her. The whistle is blown.
I don't think we're going to have any foul call or anything like that. Spear went flying into Marcotte, trying to chase the loose ball, and Marcotte was just trying to let it go out of bounds. And I think the officials admiring the heart from Spear, letting that one go.
Then event time with a 5-point lead. Bounce pass to Craigwell is stolen away now. Weinert going on the other end. Over to Fatih. Marcotte's on her again. Swung over to Spear. On Vero. And the play is broken up. Under a minute to go. 38 seconds.
You probably have to foul right now if you're Stockton.
And that's what they're going to do, as it's going to be Licado coming in quickly for the foul. Licado with 5 on the day, 2 for 3 from the field. She had a 3-pointer earlier, committing the intentional foul. Had a few to give, so it's definitely a clean play. And now on the inbound, Spear is going to go up to 4 fouls.
And going back to that last offensive possession for Stockton, I think they got the look that they wanted at Spear, that hook shot that we've seen her make several times today. It just doesn't fall, and then the fight for the rebound ends up in the hands of Marcotte. Another huge defensive stand when they've needed it most. Montclair State all day long, and really all season long, has just set the tone defensively, and when in doubt, they have gotten stops.
Vero back to the line. Second one is up and off, but Vero up to 17 points on the day. What a performance.
Yeah, an incredible game. Olivia Vero, really all day long, she's kind of been the epicenter of the offense for Montclair State. They've looked to get it down to the post. They've drawn the attention down to that post, and that's opened up 3-point opportunities on the outside. Even when she's not scoring necessarily, she just has the ball in her hand, and she's opening things up without even really trying to do anything, just playing her game for the most part. So 17 points, but she is responsible for pretty much the entire offensive outing today when she's been on the floor for Montclair State.
Absolutely. But now, CJ, it is the final countdown as the band is playing. We have 30 seconds left in this one. Still only a 2-possession game. And again, Stockton hasn't necessarily been the best 3-ball team throughout this one, but perhaps now they have to see what they have in the tank in terms of shooting from distance.
Yeah, 2 of 15 from 3. Spear had one of those, and the other one, Licado, was able to knock down a jump shot. And you've said it, those threes have been hard to come by all day long, all afternoon long. So Stockton out of the timeout here. I mean, they can go for it too, but then you really have to hope that Montclair State misses several different trips to the free throw line. You can play that long game with 2s, but so far Montclair State is, especially these past few minutes and as the game has worn on, they've been better and better with the free throws. So I would expect them to come out firing with a 3, but you can play the long game as well. 30 seconds in college basketball is a very long time.
Absolutely. Stockton with 1 timeout to burn. Licado facing tough pressure, getting swarmed now by the Hawks. Shot taken, Fatih. It's off from 3. Taken away by Marcotte. No whistle, and the timeout is going to be called. And it is a good timeout there to stop the action. 18.8 left.
Yeah, nice work from Montclair State. They locked things up from the 3-point line. I think coming out of that timeout, Coach Harvey telling her team, you know what, that's fine. We can let them have it too. If they want to get inside and take a layup, have it. We're sending everybody out to the 3-point line. And Licado, one of the people that I mentioned, hit the 3 earlier, one of the better shooters on this team. Ball goes to her off the inbound, and she's immediately doubled. That's awesome work right there from Montclair State defensively. And then they force the missed shot, obviously. It's a tough 3 from Fatih. It's a deep 3. So we force them for those low percentage shots, and a tough 3 goes on the way. And all of a sudden, a couple of free throws here, and you're walking out with your 11th straight.
Absolutely. And I mean, what can I say? The winds around here are falling like the snow is outside of Panzer Athletic Center right now. Hope everybody at home is inside, snuggled up watching this one because it is cold out there. Red Hawks looking to close this one out. 18.8 left. Beneventine, Vero, Craigwell, Marcotte out for MSU. And it's going to be Strollo looking to inbound.
I don't know if a foul does you any good here. I think Stockton instead should look for a trap and a steal first and foremost. Looks like instead they're just going to pick up a foul right away.
They're going to foul anyway with 17 left. And these free throws for Beneventine could potentially seal it.
Yeah, Beneventine, big free throws coming, but this is an area where she has struggled.
That first one is good, and that was a critical free throw.
Yeah, huge. Before this, 0 for 2 on the day and just 47% on the season, so they fouled the right person. However, look at that, Ryan. She comes up when they need it most. That is huge.
Absolutely huge. She missed her first 2 of the day, but again, like you were saying, when it counts the most, Beneventine comes up huge, sinks it, and then Stockton
and by the way,
burn their last time out.
Let's just get it out of the way. Triple-double, 11s across the board for Sophie Beneventine today with those 2 free throws, 11 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists. Wow, what a performance from the grad guard on her senior day.
11, 11, 11. Make a wish, everybody, because she has been playing lights out.
Just been such a big addition to this team. It's that veteran presence, the leadership, everything that you would need is the experience, all of it.
17 seconds left in this one. And Montclair State may be coming out with the win today here on senior day. And what a way to celebrate. It is all smiles right now on the bench of MSU.
And how could it not be? I mean, what a special season, what a special run this is. They're going to stay in that top seed in the conference with a victory here today. And just so special, the turnaround continues. There is more work to be done, and today was a little bit scarier than I think they'd like. But if things hold true here in the end, a win is a win. That is the most important thing at the end of the game.
Yeah, you know, it may be senior day, but there is still plenty of games yet potentially to be played here inside Panzer Athletic Center for this team. Last gasp now for the Ospreys. Marcotte's going to foul her.
No, I think
he's going to go out of bounds. Yes, you're right.
And so a big turnover there. I know it's an 8-point game, but that really kind of squashes any last hopes that you might have. Wow.
Oh, and a little bit of messiness there from Spear. She jumps for the ball. And the whistle's going to get blown.
The end of the day for Spear. And that was kind of the story of her today. Really great effort all around for Spear. The team leader in points with 15. Just a little too physical today, a little too aggressive.
She just could not keep herself out of foul trouble, though. That really seemed to put the Ospreys at a bit of a disadvantage today with their number 1 scoring option not available for the most of the game. And one more time, perhaps, here's Olivia Vero at the line. The Vero family, the Vero fans have one more chance to celebrate her as she looks to close out her senior day. That one's no good. Let's see if she can make it a clean 18. It's off. Stockton, one last possession. Shot clock turned off. Weinart. One last bucket there for Licato. Inbound. And make it 11 in a row for Montclair State University. The women's basketball team is making a statement in the NJAC here on senior day.
Just another impressive game as Montclair State continues their fantastic stretch. They have caught fire. They have not lost in the year 2025, Ryan. Just so special. What more can you say there? Things didn't go right today necessarily. I don't think it went according to plan. They'd love to have another 15, 20-point victory. Just doesn't come through the way that they wanted, but the most important thing is the way that they battled. They really didn't let things snowball when Stockton had stretches of momentum and stretches where they were able to get back into the game, even when they led. Things never got out of hand. They never let it pile up, and that is just so massive for a basketball team that continues to try to win games and has aspirations of getting to the NCAA tournament.
Absolutely. Looking ahead for Montclair State, 3 more games remain here in the season. They're going to be taking on Jersey City over in JC on February 12th before going down to Union to play the Cane Cougars, and then perhaps a very climactic final game against the College of New Jersey. That one's set for a Wednesday 5:30 p.m. start here on the Red Hawk Sports Network.
And I can tell you we are very, very excited for that one. Potentially the top-seeded teams for both the men's and the women's. So just a very, very fun day that will take place in the final game of the regular season, as we have Sophie Benaventine with us. And Sophie, first of all, congratulations on the win, a triple-double for you today. Just talk about what it's like. I mean, you now won 11 straight games, and you're doing it in every facet right now.
Yeah, honestly, it's really come from the whole team. They all on my back. Honestly, I really couldn't do without them. They're finishing for me. I wouldn't have those assists without Liv just balling out. And at the end of the day, anytime we try and get flustered, we all have each other's back, and we get back in the game, and we finish every single game as hard as we can.
You mentioned being flustered a little bit, and you guys did trail in the second quarter, and maybe not something that you've been used to in the year of 2025. How were you guys able to pull it together, especially at halftime, and come out firing in the second half and bury the Ospreys?
Yeah, well, we had to refocus at halftime. Coach was talking about our defense. I was talking about our defense. Our defense goes into our offense. We have girls who could run and run and run. We have Alyssa, we have Lex. So it was really important that we came out strong on defense and translated it on offense.
Yeah, and last thing here, how about the seniors today between you and Olivia Vero, both of you being honored pregame, and then Vero coming through 17 points today. You had the triple-double, of course, as I mentioned. Just talk about what this senior group means. I know it was a big one-year turnaround for this program from one year to the next. Talk about the leadership that's at the top of that.
Right, and this is why I came here, because I knew that these girls wanted to win this year. I knew they wanted a better year than the previous years, and I wanted to make sure that I could give everything that I have to them to make sure that we can get that. They deserve this. I deserve this. We all deserve this year. So us coming in as a senior class, we want to make sure that every single game that we have that mindset that we deserve this, and that we're here to work for it. So every day that we come in and we work for it, we remind ourselves on the court why we're here every single day. And Coach Harvey just continues to tell us how much work we put in and the outcome that we get every single time. So
Sophie, congratulations on the victory. Congratulations to the entire Red Hawk team. 67-61, a big win for Montclair State today.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie Benaventine, for that excellent interview. And we're about to wrap things up. Looking on the other end for Stockton, their next few games, they got to close out with some wins. They have Rutgers Camden on next Wednesday before going on the road to play Ramapo, closing out their season against South Jersey rivals in Rowan University. They're going to look to close out their season the right way. But for Montclair State, it's 11 in a row, CJ.
That is absolutely right. I mean, you talked about a valiant effort from Stockton today, but Montclair State pushing through, winning a game that you're supposed to win, and taking care of business at the end of the day.
The Red Hawks roll on, and that's going to be all for us here. Red Hawks 67, Stockton Ospreys 61. 2 wins for the men's and women's basketball teams in this doubleheader. For CJ Staniak, I'm Ryan Nussbaum. Thank you very much for listening.